Tom Domi.
Tom, this is Mark Fenton. I heard you.
Well, I was wondering about that, Mark. It says test your microphone and your speaker, and I did, and I didn't know if you guys could hear me or not. I thought it would be like a secret test.
Yeah, I could tell you were testing, so I thought, oh, I'll help my buddy out.
No, that's me, Mark.
I said my buddy.
Hey, Leslie, could you give me a quick call at 250-1419?
Can you hear me now, Jason?
Yes, Commissioner Byrd, I can hear you. I got your.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Kevin Grunwald, can you hear me? It shows you're muted, Kevin. There you go.
Yes, sir, I can.
Hey, Kevin, can you give Jason the names of the two gentlemen you need to have included in the presentation?
Commissioner, they're on the agenda along with Lanny Nickel, Dwayne Hiley, and Gary Roulette are listed there. And then they also have a staff member each that may answer questions. David Sontag for Western Farmers and Brad Nebergall for Tri-State. So everyone's listed. I was getting
Okay.
I was getting my agendas mixed up.
Okay, good deal.
Same presentation in the morning for Senate Conservation.
Right.
Yeah, Commissioner Byrd, I have them on the agenda as well, Kevin, but I don't know if they have the Zoom information. That's what I'll need their email addresses.
Jason,
David Sontag's on.
Jason, I forwarded the information to them.
Okay, all right, appreciate it. Thanks.
Bet.
All right, thanks, Jason.
Anytime, Commissioner.
Thanks, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Turns it green. Good morning, everybody. This is Jason Montoya, Chief of Staff of the Public Regulation Commission. For those that are scheduled to present today, the format will be I'll allow you to co-host the meeting and share your screen. If you have a PowerPoint presentation you'd like to project, feel free. If not, I will project the agenda at the appropriate time, and the rest of you can just speak to the commission rather than projecting any presentation. So just FYI. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. We have all the commissioners on board here.
I know we have Commissioner Byrd. We do have Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Can you hear me, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm here.
Good morning.
So it looks that we have Commissioner Maestas now has joined us, and so we're just missing Commissioner Hall, and then we'll be ready to go.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see you in two dimensions.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's so much simpler when we can be one-dimensional.
Sometimes you are.
Well, thank you.
Good to see you, Steve.
Oh,
Got
okay,
your
there
jacket
it is.
on.
There, okay.
Uh-oh.
Commissioner Hall, are you there? Well, I've got 9:29 and 59 seconds. Oh, there goes 9:30. Commissioner Hall will catch up with us shortly, I'm sure. So for the pledge, I'd like to do Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's go ahead and start our Pledge of Allegiance and also the pledge for the Mexico state flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag
of the state of New
New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among
United Cultures.
Thank you, Commissioner. Consideration and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason.
Yes.
I don't know that we need to approve the order of the presentations, but there has been a request to allow the presenters from the Southwest Power Pool and Gary Roulette and David Sontag to go first. I believe they have another commitment that they need to get out to, if that's okay with the commission.
Sure, that's not a problem.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
notwithstanding that I hear an echo. Notwithstanding that I move the agenda, there's one case on the consent agenda that actually has a few typos. I don't know if I need to put it on the regular agenda to remark on, or I could actually work afterwards with the attorney. I hate to take up the time to do it, but on the other hand, I don't want to miss the opportunity because we do approve the orders. So that would be case number, there's combined cases 21-000-21 and 21-000-19. If we
Let's just,
that I think are not clear in some of the ordering paragraphs that we need to correct.
is this a 5-minute deal to?
Yeah,
just
it's
quick
about
talk?
3. Yeah,
So
it's
why
more
don't we
like a
make
3-minute deal.
Okay, so why don't we move those to the top of the action item agenda?
That's perfect. Thank you.
So with that amendment, Mike, well, first of all, I'll second on that amendment. And Mike, can you take the role of approving the agenda with that amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this would be a vote on the consent action items that are on the agenda. The first is an undocketed case in the matter of the application of Easton Telecom Services LLC for a certificate of registration to provide the competitive local exchange telecommunications service within the state of New Mexico, and that's a potential order on an application for certificate. The second case would be case 20-00153 UT in the matter of the State Rural Universal Service Fund 2021 per connection charge calculation and fund size, and that is a potential order approving amended State Rural Universal Service Fund annual carrier report forms and instructions. I'll take the roll. Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, and now we have consideration and approval of the agenda as a whole. We have we'll also move, and I guess we need a second.
Second.
Second,
second.
as amended.
As amended, correct. Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioners, the agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0. I think we went out of order on that, but I'm not sure if that's material.
I think we're good. Introduction of special guests.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I have one.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. At this moment, I'd like to formally introduce to you our new Public Information Officer, Ms. Sarah Valencia. Sarah will assist the agency with writing and distributing press releases, obviously, although we both have plans for her to contribute much more, as has been discussed with the Commission. She has a strong background in public relations and marketing across a variety of industries in the private sector, and will bring awareness to the work and mission of the PRC from a real fresh perspective, in my opinion. So I know navigating through new worlds has long been one of her strong competencies, and she brings a real can-do attitude and an open-minded approach to all tasks that we have already been working on. And you already see some of the work she's done through the press release sent out yesterday. Honestly, it's one of the first press releases that I've had very minor comments on. So we like to really give good feedback. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like to welcome Sarah Valencia, our Public Information Officer, to the PRC team.
Welcome, Sarah. It's wonderful to have you on board.
Are we going to get a picture of her? Do we know what she looks like?
I believe she could probably
Right
turn
there.
on her video. She has the equipment to do so. Sarah, you want to say hi, wave hi real quick?
Hi, I'm on video. Hi.
Ah, okay.
everybody.
Great to
Nice
see
meet
you.
all.
Welcome aboard, Sarah.
Thank you.
Is she two-dimensional or three? No.
She's still two.
Oh, okay. Well, Sarah, you'll just have to live with that for now. Great to have you join us.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioners. That's all I had.
Thank you. Public comment.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have anybody signed up for public comment today.
Okay, and next we're getting to presentations, and boy, I'll call this a panoply of special guests that we have doing the presentations. All of them related to the impacts of the Texas freeze and what it's doing with our utilities. I'm going to ask folks to try and keep it as concise as possible. I'm sure there'll be a lot of overlap in how each of the groups is being impacted, but certainly anything that's unique to you, please be sure to make sure that we hear that. And with that, I guess let's get started with the SPS folks. Was that where we were going to be?
Mr. Chairman, I have the first presentation highlighted on the screen here if you want to refer to them. I would also ask, Kevin, do you all need to share your screen to project a PowerPoint, or are you just going to speak?
Jason, I think they're just going to speak.
Okay,
The
fair enough.
presentation, unless I'm wrong, Lanny. I don't know if you have a presentation or not.
Kevin, I do have a slide or two that I think would be helpful, just to kind of graphically demonstrate. It looks like you've got it. That's awesome. Thank you. I don't know who presented that or who flashed that on the screen, but that's exactly what I was thinking about right there.
Mr. Daddy, I don't know that anything is projected on the screen right now, but you have controls. Go ahead and share your
Well,
screen.
then I apologize. Something popped up on my screen, and I thought that was coming across the Zoom, but I apologize for that. So are you saying that I do have control now?
Yes, sir. You have permission to share your screen. Go ahead and share and project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. I can see it.
Awesome. Well, I think this is, at least with one slide, I think probably does the best job of demonstrating the gravity and extremity of the winter conditions that were experienced in our entire footprint. You know, we're probably overusing the term unprecedented, but it is in fact something we've never seen before to this level of extremity. And so these are the conditions that we experienced for several days throughout the week of February, pretty much February 14th. I believe that was a Sunday. And for several days after that, this is what we saw. And it created unusually high demands for us, at least, because we're typically a summer peaking region. And although we didn't reach demand levels equivalent to what we would see in the summertime, we did set an all-time winter peak demand for SPP. At the same time, supply of fuel was very limited. People have asked, well, why don't we see these kinds of conditions that would require you to interrupt service to customers in the summertime? And one very simple explanation is the fact that that precious commodity of gas that at least currently SPP relies on to supply fuel to a lot of its generation was also being used to heat homes by our residential customers. And so, you know, when that same fuel is needed for generation and it's not available, it creates a supply and demand balance situation. And that's what caused us to have to interrupt service on a rotating basis. On Monday, the 15th, we were in an EEA level 3. That stands for Energy Emergency Alert. That's a NERC term. And for 50 minutes while we were in that particular Energy Emergency Alert level 3, we did have to ask our utilities to interrupt service to customers on a rotating basis. Now, the amount of customers, or at least the amount of demand that had to be curtailed in order to allow us to balance against the supply of generation available at that time, represented about 1.5% of our demand at the time. So actually 1.5% is a relatively small percentage of demand that had to be interrupted. Nevertheless, we don't want to see any single customer go without service. So it was unprecedented in the sense that we've never had to do that across our entire 14-state region. On Tuesday, the condition was a little bit worse. Peak consumption was a little higher on Tuesday. We weren't able to rely as much on Tuesday for our neighbors, which really were tremendous. Our neighbors really helped us a lot. We imported up to 6,000 megawatts of energy from our neighbors to the west and our neighbors to the east. And but when that energy was no longer made available to us, then it put us in a situation of having to interrupt load. But on Tuesday, we saw interruptions that amounted to about 6.5% of the demand that was being consumed at the time. And that lasted for a little over 3 hours. And again, we had to ask our utility members to interrupt load on a rotating basis. Now, our members, they have their own plans, their own emergency response plans. They know exactly which load is being served by which distribution circuits, and they follow those and supply the relief that we request. So that's, you know, we foresaw this. I'll talk a little bit about some of the preparations that we made in advance. We foresaw, you know, we were watching the weather forecast just like most everybody else was. We knew that the winter condition was going to be, you know, a little more extreme than normal. And we began to make alerts and notices to our member utilities to increase awareness about a week and a half in advance of the event. And then we actually started committing resources, those types of generators that required longer times to start up and be prepared to generate. We did that on Thursday, beginning on Thursday, the week before our extreme conditions that we experienced on Monday and Tuesday. So we started committing those resources 3 to 4 days in advance, and fully expecting that supply would be tight, and it was, and that's how it materialized. And unfortunately, despite our best efforts, and I want to commend our utility members who helped. Public appeals were issued on Sunday, the day before, and we do believe those were helpful. We saw somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 megawatts of reduced load compared to what we projected the peak would be as a result of those public appeals. So we think those were helpful. But despite all of those efforts, despite the fact that we were doing everything we could to buy from other parties outside of SPP, despite the fact that we had committed all available resources, and by the way, wind actually was being generated. We were seeing about 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts of wind generation being produced on the system at that point in time as well. And so all of that helped, but ultimately we had to interrupt service on a rotating basis for a total of a little over 4 hours across the 2 days. So I think I'll stop there and just see if there's any questions.
Commissioners? Well, I have a question. Did you experience any of the shutdowns and freeze-up issues that we hear about from ERCOT?
We did experience some. Now, we're still reviewing the data and information that is still in the process of being provided, but we did. We saw some wind generation that froze up. The turbines were frozen and not able to deliver. But we also saw, gas supply shortages. We saw some coal that was not able to generate simply because of the coal in the coal yards either not being available or frozen. It's my caution at this point in time is to not blame any single source of energy, because frankly the diverse energy sources that we had helped us, but there's evidence that it didn't all show up the way that we expected it should.
So there is perhaps some weatherization work that needs to be done in SPP network.
It's, I think obviously one of the things we're going to have to do, I've characterized SPP as a learning organization, and I think we're going to learn from this, just as we have other similar, but obviously less extreme events in the past. And that's one of the things we'll have to look at is, are we going to have to undertake more, winterization practices? Are we going to have to change our resource adequacy expectations? Do we have the right mix of generating resources? All of those things are fair questions to ask. Just as is the question of how much insurance do we want our utilities and their customers to pay for? Because it does cost. It's not free to take actions to prevent these extreme events from causing interruptions.
Right. Commissioner Hall, did you have a question?
I did. I was wondering, and Lanny, it's nice to see you again. I haven't seen you in
That's
quite
good to
some
see
time.
you too, Cynthia. Yeah.
I was wondering, as this was all unfolding, how far you could reach beyond your own system for additional resources. I know in the past, I've seen, charts and maps and so forth at your meetings showing that MISO and SPP, occasionally help each other out. Well, they sell to each other in a crisis like that. And I assumed MISO was in the same bad situation, and then farther east in the country was the same bad situation too. But I wondered how far you can extend eastward to get assistance? And what were your options at that point?
That's a great question and very observant of you. I will say that we were seeing imports from our neighbors of about 6,000 megawatts during various times through those 2 days, with the majority of that coming from the east. My information tells me that a lot of that was coming from PJM. I don't know exactly how much, through MISO and then into SPP, because as you can see, and as you've already observed, temperatures were pretty cold in MISO as well, and it's they didn't have a lot of excess energy to sell us either. Right. But and I will point out, we were getting about 200 megawatts from the west across one of the DC ties that interconnects us with Colorado. So every megawatt helped, and we're very much appreciative of what we could get.
Yeah. And I had another remark, I guess it's a question. I thought you said it was maybe a couple hundred megawatts that you got just from public appeals and asking people to curtail themselves a little bit. Do you think if that had been started earlier, and I'm not pointing fingers here, I'm just trying to think of what can you do going forward? What can everybody do going forward? Is maybe start public appeals or sooner, or somehow broadcast them on, more channels or something like that to get people to take it seriously. I mean, certainly after this event, if we get another polar vortex like this in the next couple of years or whatever, people might remember. Or is that much of an option? It's
yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. It's one that we grappled with ourselves. Just how early do you make that call? We ended up making it about 24 hours in advance.
Yeah.
But you can argue both ways. If you make it too early and nothing happens, then people stop paying attention. And maybe when you actually need them, they're not curtailing their usage. So, Cynthia, I don't know what the right answer is.
Yeah.
We felt like 24 hours was probably about the right amount of notice.
Seems reasonable.
But,
yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all I got.
And actually, I tell you, the utility members, the representatives that are on this call were likely to have a much better perception of what works in their systems than I do.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, thank you. And thanks for all the successful work you did achieve. I think that must have been very trying.
Well, thank you. Like I said, we've been around for 80 years and we've never had to do this, and we don't want to do it ever again. But I think, my own perspective, I feel like because of the coordination with our utility members, the coordination with our neighbors, the fact that we are highly interconnected, the fact that we have a diverse resource mix, I think we made about the best we could out of a very potentially bad situation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for everything, really. You guys are a great operating system.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that compliment.
Other commissioners, questions? Okay, Lanny, thank you very much. Really appreciate the update.
Absolutely, anytime.
And I guess going forward, we'll probably check in and be sure, and I'm sure you'll be in touch with Commissioner Byrd in particular, to keep us apprised of what kind of actions you're taking at the power pool level.
Will do. Yep, absolutely will do.
Great to see you, Lanny.
It's good to see you too.
Jason, who's up next?
Mr. Chairman, up next, we have a presentation from Western Electricity Coordinating Council on its Western Assessment of Resource Adequacy. This Commissioner Maestas, who is taking the lead, or can you?
Okay. Hi, Jason, if I could have, do I have authority to share my screen here?
You now have control, Connor. Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Well, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. We really appreciate the opportunity to take some time out of your busy schedule to meet with us this morning. Just by way of introductions, while Connor's getting that up on the screen, I'm Jordan White. I'm the Vice President of Strategic Engagement and Deputy General Counsel at the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, or WEC as we're known, and with me today is Victoria Ravenscroft, who's the Senior Policy and External Affairs Manager. What we're hoping to do today is just to provide a very high-level overview of who we are, why we exist, and the type of work we do. And then we'd love, if time permits, to just hear from you what's on your mind with respect to reliability and answer any questions you might have. Why don't we go ahead and go to the next slide, Connor? I just want to briefly mention our mission and what we call our why. Our mission there in blue is to effectively and efficiently mitigate risk to the reliability and security of the Western Interconnections Bulk Power System. And that's really our sole reason for being. And that's the focus of everything we do at WEC. We don't have our hands on any controls. We don't own any assets or have any shareholders, and we are completely fuel and policy agnostic. We are, however, highly focused and devout when it comes to the topic of reliability. So it's really that independence and that laser-focused mission that puts us in somewhat of a unique role in the Western energy space. The why is a little bit different. It really it reflects the purpose and drives our mission. It's the reason why we get up in the morning, why we care what we do. We like to attract the kind of folks that you probably do at the Commission, which are folks who care about the West. And certainly we recognize with the recent events in Texas and the middle part of the country, and certainly the events of the past summer, that electricity is really so vital to the daily fabric of our life. And really, when we talk about reliability at WEC, we're really talking about people and the effect that plays in our lives. Why don't we go ahead and go to the next slide, Connor? Just want to briefly mention something that we're pretty excited about, which is our recently approved long-term strategy that our board approved last September. It really culminates in those 5 focus areas and desired outcomes, which are really the roadmap for the delivery on our mission and vision, and it focuses our work over the next 5 to 7 years. I won't go into detail for each of those, but just will highlight a couple of them really quickly. That first one is to assess and initiate action to mitigate known and emerging risks to reliability and security. That really, the heart of that is comes from our reliability risk priorities process, which occurs every couple of years when in non-COVID times, we typically gather in some hotel conference room somewhere in the Western Interconnection and gather our stakeholders and really have an intentional discussion about what we see as the top near-term risk priorities that we should be focusing our work on over the next couple of years. That last one occurred back in February up in Seattle of 2020, and you can see there that resource adequacy and performance is really at the top of that list for a good reason, as we just heard from the folks at SPP. Certainly changing resource mix is part of that focus. Distribution system and customer load impacts on the bulk power system is also a focus. We recognize now more than ever that the days of thinking there's a clear line of distinction between the bulk power system and what occurs on the distribution system is quickly eroding and will become more of a significant risk going forward. And then finally, of course, extreme natural events. Certainly the West has experienced more than its fair share of extreme natural events that have affected reliability over the past few years. The next one I just want to talk about briefly too in terms of focus areas, that number 3, which is to strengthen engagement with the reliability and security community in the Western Interconnection. At WEC, we literally have thousands of formal stakeholders, but if you count the 80 million plus customers that live within the WEC footprint, certainly we have a very large group of folks that we would like to collaborate with and we consider stakeholders. Certainly, policymakers and for sure public service commissions play a very significant role as a stakeholder in that mix. We recognize that you have the very challenging and difficult task of actually making those hard decisions about resource planning and certainly investment decisions in terms of what resources are necessary to actually keep the lights on. So we really appreciate you taking the time to hear us out this morning for a minute. Why don't we go ahead and go to the next slide? I won't take the time to give you the very long history of our delegated authority, but just to give you a very brief highlight of where that comes from. Back in 2003, when the Northeast and parts of Canada experienced some blackouts that affected millions of customers, it prompted the U.S. Congress to tweak the Federal Power Act to provide the Federal Electricity Reliability Commission with authority to certify what they call an electric reliability organization. That Electric Reliability Organization, or ERO, is the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. I know there's a lot of alphabet soup here, but NERC in turn delegates authority to 6 regional entities around the country. WEC is one of those regional entities. We're of course, the big blue one there on the left. We have territory that extends all the way up from Canada, the 2 provinces up there, down to a small portion of northern Mexico and the state of Baja. And we also have jurisdiction over the 14, all are a portion of the 14 western states in between. The West, as you all well know, is a very diverse area to cover, in the sense that there's diverse policies, diverse topography, diverse weather patterns. Oftentimes that provides opportunities, but certainly it also presents challenges. I will say that I think that what's unique and special about the West is that, notwithstanding the diversity that we have, I think typically folks come together to walk through issues and to problem solve, and I think that's really really a compliment to the West. I know that the New Mexico Commission has been part of that discussion in venues like CREPC and the Western Interstate Energy Board and other venues. But anyway, so I've talked a bit about WEC and where our authority comes from. So now I'd like to turn the time over to Victoria Ravenscroft to maybe talk a little bit about the type of work we actually do at WEC to deliver on that mission that I discussed earlier. So with that, I'll turn things over to Victoria.
Great, thank you so much, Jordan. So WEC's responsibility is really divided into 2 areas. One, we have responsibility for the mandatory standard regime that comes down through that ERO structure that Jordan just explained on that last slide. And then we also have this other area of responsibility, which is to promote activities that ensure the reliability of the bulk power system in the Western interconnection. And we divide this work into 4 different areas. The first one being that we develop and monitor and enforce mandatory reliability standards, and that's directly connected to that first area of responsibility. I do want to note here that while WEC does monitor and enforce mandatory reliability standards in the Western interconnection, we don't develop them. These are industry developed standards. And so we shepherd that process and help industry work through that process. And that is a national standard development process. The second category here on the right is really our historical analysis category. And this is where we're looking back at the performance of the system and how it's behaving, looking for different trends and trying to draw any conclusions from that historical information. And then this third category that you see on the right here, this is really the forward-looking piece of what we do. Using models and other tools, we're taking some of that historical information, we're looking at events happening on the system, and we're looking forward into the future to figure out what are the risks and challenges coming our way, and how do we start to address those now. And then the final category here is that we do educate and share information. This goes beyond just sharing reports of our analyses. And really into the educational realm. For example, we do have a grid fundamentals course that we offer. It's just sort of a basic course that covers the ins and outs of the system and how the different players work together. So we do have that educational mandate in our delegation agreement. If you'll go on to the next slide, I just want to spend, excuse me, a couple minutes talking about 3 of the many issues that we are currently grappling with at WEC. The first one, obviously, is resource adequacy. It's on everybody's mind. It's on your agenda today. And I want to talk just a little bit about our Western assessment. In 2020, WEC released this Western assessment of resource adequacy. Each year, WEC supports a national resource adequacy assessment, and that's NERC's long-term reliability assessment. And that really takes a continent-wide look at resource adequacy. But in 2020, we decided to create a complementary assessment that focuses on resource adequacy in the context of Western challenges and Western interests. And so we created the Western Assessment of Resource Adequacy. This assessment divides the West into 5 subregions and then looks at 6 different scenarios. And using probabilistic analysis, it determines, simply put, the probability that we are resource adequate or resource inadequate every hour over the next 10 years, and then draws conclusions from that analysis. So WEC released the main Western assessment report in December of last year. And then over the last couple of months, we've spent some time releasing those sub-regional reports. We've already released the Desert Southwest and the California-Mexico sub-regional reports. And then this Friday, we will be releasing the Northwest region report. And then on Tuesday, we'll have a webinar on those. And so if you're interested in any of this information and the report itself, it is available on our website, which is wec.org. The second item here is intimately related to resource adequacy, and that is our 2020 Western Heatwave event. We are analyzing this event as part of our regular event analysis work. We analyze events all the time that occur on the system. Our focus in this work is not on the California part specifically, but on the entire West, because this was a West-wide heatwave event. And so we're looking at the implications and some lessons learned in the aftermath of that event last year. And then finally, stakeholder engagement. We are working on restructuring WEC's stakeholder engagement, specifically the technical committee structure, and really trying to develop what that committee structure needs to be and develop that committee structure to move us into the future to face whatever challenges are coming our way coming down the road. So with that, I will stop and open it up for comments and questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. So this is really quite interesting, and it's really nice, I think, to finally have a presentation from WEC. I don't think we've had one for quite some time. I don't remember one since I've been a commissioner. And I think it's a really important organization, and it's nice to see you again, Jordan. I'm very interested to understand that you will be, taking this most recent cold wave event into consideration. It's interesting, in the West, we mostly think about heat as our big problem, but when we have a polar vortex, which doesn't happen that often, but they do happen, that's something else we have to take into consideration. And I noticed in the utility social media discussions, well, I shouldn't say social media, in the online magazine discussions, there's been a recent uptick in discussions about the value of having a nationwide grid and concepts like that, so that to facilitate sharing of resources or achieving resource adequacy based on a much larger footprint. But, in the event that we have similar to last week, where most of the nation is too cold, it seems like it has implications for us to look south. And I noticed there's a little bit of Baja California in the footprint of WEC, but is that anything you guys discuss in terms of trying to achieve a broader footprint, to have more options to achieve resource adequacy in cases where you get starved either from a Western heat wave event maybe, or, where you need an emergency backup capacity, or in a polar vortex situation like this? I mean, these are extreme events. Is that the kind of contingency you actually try to get your arms around when you make your reviews?
Yeah, Commissioner, that's an excellent question. I would say that the Western assessment, the one that Victoria referred to, certainly is, focuses on the Western interconnection, but we recognize there are interconnected points, beyond that that go east. But what I'd say in general is that really the highlight of that assessment indicates that we've seen more now than ever that there's a high degree of variability both on the demand side, in other words, how folks are using electricity, for a lot of reasons, whether it's electrification or more demand side of responses, or the way we conserve energy, but certainly on the resource side too, there's just a higher degree of the types of resources coming on systems that are more variable. So what that really means is just as we all know, we're all rely on each other, as we just heard from SAP, a balancing authority at times to depend on each other. And there was a time when that was an easier thing to forecast because of the predictability. But we recognize that that is becoming more and more of a challenge. These 100-year or 1 in 10-year events are becoming more common. There's more variability with respect to weather events, et cetera. So one of the kind of the main takeaways or recommendations from the Western Assessment of Resource Adequacy is really looking at the way we plan, and by we meaning load serving entities, and recognizing that because capacity margins are becoming more and more thin, there needs to be some consistency and coordination around the West in terms of how resources are planned for and coordinated. So that's kind of our main takeaway. But certainly what you're pointing out is an extremely important question, is certainly going on around the country of what that might mean for other interconnections outside of WAC. But excellent question.
Thanks. Thank you, Jordan.
Other commissioners? Okay, I'm going to jump in with a quick question here. In the resource adequacy side of things, how much do you look, if at all, at demand side management issues and how that contributes to resource adequacy?
Sure, I might like Victoria join in after me, but typically what we do is we get a load forecast from the entities, as part of a data request that are an input into that 10-year look ahead. And Victoria, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not positive that I think that the demand or forecast reflect that piece, but correct me if I'm wrong on the energy efficiency.
Yeah, so we get those demand forecasts from what we call our balancing authorities, which is a way that we categorize our entities through our regulatory structure. It roughly lines up with the jurisdictional IOUs for the most part. And so each of those companies reports their load information and generation information to us for the 10-year out timeframe. Some include demand side in that load, in those load assumptions, and some don't. And so we don't have a really good visibility into which ones do and which ones don't. So we kind of have to use what we're given in those load forecasts.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners?
I just had one short question in connection with yours, Commissioner Fishman. So just to follow up, I was thinking that too, actually. I mean, how much, in just general management, it's important to be aware of what sort of demand side constraint parties can impose on themselves, for example, and especially in events like heat waves or cold waves. How much can the system rely on people doing voluntary curtailment in their homes? So it makes energy efficiency really become a much more important component if you're thinking about having to ride over events like this. And is that clearly, if you don't have full visibility into that, it's nothing you can really review and plan for. But I just wondered what WEC talks about when you get on subjects like that. I mean, is this just something that's beyond your ability to try to discuss?
Yeah, what I would say, that's a great question, Commissioner. What I'd say is that, really our fundamental purpose and what the work we do is really to kind of take the data and then just tell the story and then allow that conversation to occur among the load serving entities and their commissions, because ultimately we point out, hours at risk or demand at risk. And then it's up to the commissions to have that conversation with their utilities to say, well, what is your threshold for risk? And what type of investments, as mentioned by the gentleman from SCP, what type of insurance do you want to have for investments to address that level of risk? So with respect to your question about, calling on customers for demand, I know that, in the heat wave event in California, certainly there were customers lost power, but I know that the utilities and load serving entities down there in concert with the CAISO were able to accomplish a lot by requesting customers to reduce load. So that was somewhat successful. That's not really within our purview or jurisdiction to tell commissions certainly what to do, or utilities. But again, we're telling the story, and then it's hopefully up to the commissions to look at that and make those important decisions based upon that data.
Yeah, and I would just add to that too, that with resource adequacy planning, we are in that planning horizon. And so we're looking, years out. And what we have the responsibility, or the entities have the responsibility in their resource adequacy planning, is to hand a plan to the operations folks to say, okay, you're going to be resource adequate. And when we're talking about that real-time demand response, which Jordan is referring to, where California was able to avoid additional blackouts because they called for conservation, and that dropped their demand, substantially dropped that demand. That's more of an operational horizon kind of an issue. And so that isn't included in resource adequacy planning. Now that is included in operational planning, which is a whole nother can of worms. But we're talking two different horizons here. Yeah. And the seam between those horizons.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I understand that very much. Thank you very much. Helps clarify it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate all the work that you do, and thanks for updating us. And
Thanks
Jordan,
so much.
good to see you. Take care.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you. You guys.
Jason, who's up next?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Next up, we have the New Mexico Gas Company team. I'll give the floor over to Mr. Tom Domi, and then you can introduce everybody else that's with us today. Tom, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Jason. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. We're going to make a brief, just a verbal presentation. We don't have any slides today. We want to talk to you about what happened, the impact upon us, and our responses to that. I've brought with me 3 people today to help me make that presentation, and also to answer questions that you might have. Rene Gallant is with me, and he is the Chief Operating Officer of New Mexico Gas Company. Tom Bullard is with me, and he is the Vice President of Engineering. And Josh Tilbury is with us, and he is the Director of Gas Supply. So they should be able to answer any questions that you might have as we go through this presentation. This was clearly a significant event for New Mexico, and it had a significant impact on New Mexico. And I want to talk about that a little bit. I'm going to make 4 basic observations about the impact and our response to them. And then Rene is going to speak briefly about his observations as the Chief Operating Officer for what we did. And then I'll turn it to Tom, and Tom will talk about the changes that we made to the system since 2011. Now, let me start there. As this storm was coming on the horizon, there was comparisons made from this storm to the one in 2011. So that's a theme that we'll work through our presentation today, is how does 21 compare with 11? What changes were made? What lessons were learned? And how did we handle 21 compared to the 11 storm? So that's kind of the theme that we'll talk about. In looking at this storm, it really kind of breaks down into 3 periods. The storm appeared on our horizon essentially on the 9th of February. And so we began to prepare for what we thought would be a significant winter event around the 9th. We bought gas towards the end of that week. So the 9th is on a Monday, a Tuesday. We bought gas on the Friday for the weekend. And then the storm got worse over the weekend. Then the following week, starting around that Monday, is when we were watching what was happening in Texas and adjusting our response in light of what was taking place in Texas. I think most of us followed that same kind of a pattern. See the storm coming, prepare for it, buy gas for it, and then see what is going to happen in Texas. So in that background, let me simply say that the 4 things that I want to talk about is, number 1, going into this storm, our primary objective was to not curtail any customers. Lesson learned from 2011. We did not want to repeat losing any customers as we did in 2011. So that was our prime directive. And I'm happy to announce that we did not lose any customers in the 21 storm. I will say that the load in 21 was a very, very large load for us. In the north, the load was, during one of the days, was the fourth highest load we've ever experienced. There were two heavy loads in 11 and in 11 in the storm in 2011 and in 2011, and one in 2013. And then the fourth biggest load we've ever had was this last week. In the south, there were also significant loads. 3 out of our top 50 loads were down in the south. So this was a significant event for us. And our prime directive was not to lose any customers, and we did not lose any customers. The second thing I will say is an observation from this storm is that we learned the lessons that we learned from 2011. And the first one is that we, as this storm developed, we had a flexible gas supply program in place. And so while we were lucky because we sit right between the Permian Basin and the San Juan Basin, and we're able to draw gas off of both of those basins. The lesson that we learned in 2011 is that sometimes the Permian gas is not as reliable as we would like. One of the causes of the 2011 outage was the freeze-offs on the Permian Basin. So lesson learned. As this storm started to approach and as we saw it getting worse and worse, we began to shift any gas supply away from the Permian Basin and towards the San Juan Basin. Our gas supply department, and Josh is on the phone, they did a very good, an incredible job of shifting gas from the Permian to the San Juan. And so, as I said, in the third part of the storm, when we were watching what was happening in Texas, seeing the freeze-offs in Texas and the electricity disruptions in Texas, by that time, we were taking the vast majority of our gas, if not the vast majority of our gas, off the San Juan. And so the disruptions in Texas did not affect us. And we had no supply disruptions because we had shifted out of Texas. So that's lesson number one, was the flexible gas supply plan that we put in place. The second lesson we learned was kind of tied to that, and that is our realization from 2011 and reinforced by 2021 is that there is a direct correlation between the reliability of electricity in Texas and the supply of gas coming out of Texas. The brownouts in Texas have a tendency to disrupt gas supply to New Mexico. Knowing that lesson, that was part of the reason for the shift in gas supply. So we shifted our gas early on to San Juan, and that held us in good stead. The third major observation I will make is that the primary effect of this storm on New Mexico Gas Company involves the price that we had to pay for natural gas. Going into the storm, we had our normal gas supply plan in place. That is, we hedged the baseload gas. And our normal baseload demand for a day like this storm would be around 200 MMBTUs. That would be a normal load, 200, 210, 220. We hedged that baseload. As I indicated, this was a big storm. The load up in the north on this storm was about 430 MMBTUs. So just about double was the load for this storm. We had to fill that gap. The first thing we looked to was our storage unit down in West Texas. It's the caverns down there. We have 3.2 BCF of gas down there. We looked to that first. There was a disruption to part of that supply. There was a force majeure declared out of that facility. And so where we were expecting about 180 MMBTUs coming out of that storage, we got much less than that, more like 60. As a result of that, we had to go out and buy gas on the market. And we bought gas. And just for a couple of numbers that we experienced, the price of gas on the Wednesday before the storm was about $2.60, 70, 80 cents an MMBTU. The price in the middle of the storm, the highest price that we observed, was in the range of $250 per MMBTU. So from $270 to $250. We bought gas on the market, and our cost and the total that we spent on gas was significantly higher than it had been before this storm. So that's the primary impact upon New Mexico Gas Company, is the cost of gas that we had to go out and get to ensure supply to our customers. We will be coming back into the commission probably within a month, sometime next month, with a pleading, with some kind of a filing, and we're working on that right now to try to work through the impact of the price increases on our PGAC and on our customers. It's a significant number, and we will be coming back in. So we'll have a full opportunity to vet all those issues with the commission at that time. But that was the primary impact on the company, and ultimately on our customers was the price we had to pay for gas. The last observation I would make is that one of the ways we were able to weather this storm and avoid any curtailments was all the things that we've done, all the improvements that we've made to our system since 2011. And Tom Bullard, when he speaks here in a few minutes, we'll talk through that as the Vice President of Engineering will walk through that a little bit. Right now, I'd like to turn it over to Rene Gallant and let him speak as the Chief Operating Officer about his observations as we were impacted by the storm and then as we responded to the storm. So Rene, go ahead.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, commissioners and chairman. It's a pleasure for me to be here this morning and introduce myself to you all. I'm new to New Mexico Gas Company. As of January 1st, I became the Chief Operating Officer of New Mexico Gas Company. And in that role, I have overall responsibility for many of the things that we're here to discuss today, gas operations, the gas supply and delivery to our customers, as well as the customer experience, customer service, and our IT teams. So, I came and joined New Mexico Gas just in time to experience this very significant winter event. The parent company of New Mexico Gas is Emera Inc. It's located, as commissioners know, in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. It's where I started my career. I have experience as an executive with a variety of Emera's utilities, primarily on the electric side. And now I am new to the gas company here in New Mexico. But in those other roles, I have seen severe weather. I have seen seasoned utility executives and teams prepare for and respond to very significant events. And whether it's winter storms or freezes in Atlantic Canada that have sort of shut down the electric system for a period of time until we could get things restarted, or hurricanes in Florida. When I arrived in Florida in 2017, in the spring of 2017, in September, we had Hurricane Irma hit, and we had customers out while we were recovering from that storm for about a week, and I was part of that team that responded to that. And so with that background, coming into New Mexico and seeing this event, I wanted commissioners to sort of have my perspective as someone who's really fairly objectively coming in here and saying, okay, we see this coming, are we ready, and how do we respond? And just wanted to share a couple of my observations. The first one, and Tom has mentioned a couple of these, but the first one that I think is most important and that I was pleased to see is that the customer was the top priority. That customers, first of all, would have no disruptions. If we could do anything at all, that we would make sure there would be no disruptions. But secondly, what goes along with that is that customer experience, whether that was information they needed, making sure that we had people ready to answer phones in the event of issues or questions from customers, and understanding that there could be a financial consequence from this, and always keeping in mind our efforts to minimize that for our customers as we were working through this event. It was at the top of mind for everyone that I worked with as we prepared for and worked through this event. So that's number one, that the customer experience and the focus on customers was primary. The second thing that was clear to me, and of course I wasn't here in 2011 for that event, but it was clear to me that people were using that as a reference point. And even many who, like me, joined subsequent to 2011 knew what had happened, knew the significance of that in terms of the lessons that we had to learn, and we were now getting an opportunity to apply in this event. There was a regular reflection on that experience and ensuring that our customers and our company got through without the kind of negative consequences that seemed to have happened in 2011. And again, of which I can't speak personally, but I can tell you that it was on people's minds. The third thing I wanted to share with you is, of course, and Tom has explained, we saw this coming, as the other speakers from the other companies have and will tell you today. So the preparation was put in place. We were engaged really on every day of this event, morning and night, making sure that we were ready over the weekend of Valentine's Day as that storm was approaching. I was on multiple calls with the teams, ensuring that we were all not just getting our own groups ready, but we were communicating with each other so that nothing was missed. But all of the planning in the world can be disrupted if you don't prepare to react to changes that come and the circumstances of each event. And what I wanted to share with you is that we had a team that was responding not just operationally. The power outages that Tom mentioned were affecting our system because it was disruptive to some of the power that supports our telecommunication system. So we had to respond and be able to get people out when that happened, and it did happen. We had minor disruptions in telecommunications. It didn't affect our ability to run our system because we responded to those as they arose because we were prepared for them. So it was that ability to adapt as we went along, both in terms of the system, the physical aspects of it, whether that was IT or making sure that the valves were working properly, that everything was running through our system properly, or whether it was the commercial consequences, what was happening in the market that we had to have our team respond to from the perspective of buying gas in a prudent and responsible manner to make sure that we could meet the very high demands that we were seeing from our customers. So, those were the three things that I saw. And based upon my experience leading utilities in other jurisdictions with other kinds of storms, this was a team that put the customers first, that learned the lessons of the past, and that was well prepared and was able to react to what was being experienced during the course of the week. So just in closing, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I feel very fortunate to be in New Mexico. What a beautiful state, and a great and safe company that I get to work for. I'm looking forward to many months and years ahead of working together with the commissioners and staff of this body, and again, appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Renee. And I'm going to make a request of all presenters going forward, is that as a commission, I think we all respect and expect that you're all customer focused and that you're all doing everything you can to be sure that the heat stays on and the lights stay on. So just in the interest of saving time going forward, we focus on what happened to just your performance metrics. We know that you guys try hard, and we know that you guys generally do a terrific job of providing reliable service. So if we can, please, for the rest of this presentation and going forward, let's just focus on what happened with this event and the specific things that you did to address it. And quite importantly, what you think the impact on bills will be going forward. So anyway, Tom, you had one other person from...
I did. I'm looking now, Mr. Chairman, to see if Tom Bullard. Tom, are you on? I don't see that he's on anymore, Mr. Chairman.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here,
ahead,
Tom. I'm sorry, I had to call in. I was having bandwidth issues. Thanks, Mr. Chairman and Commission. I just was briefly going to give you an update on some of the changes we made since 2011, as Tom pointed out earlier. I think helped us get through this event without customers or any curtailments. You know, some of the larger improvements that we made to our system include additional pipe. I think probably most of you saw the 30 miles of 20-inch that we put in between Albuquerque and Santa Fe. A huge improvement to the system. That's the most recent one. We also, a couple of years ago, added 15 miles of 24-inch pipeline down to the south at our Rio Parco interconnect with with El Paso and Transwestern interstate pipelines. We also added some additional compression there last year at that same interconnect. We added a new interconnect to the north on our Albuquerque mainline near Farmington with El Paso pipeline, an interconnect that we call Odo. We added 7 miles of 12-inch pipeline up near Pilar on the way to Taos. We added a new compressor also on that in that same area at Alcalde that allows us to compress gas up to Taos. So those are the larger projects that we undertook to improve the system, and all those in concert, we made a big difference, and we saw it in our pressures on the system, in our capacity and the ability to flow gas through the system, and probably the biggest impact it had was increasing our line pack, our usable line pack, and what that means is it allows us to pack up the line with more gas during the evening hours when load starts to drop, and then as load picks up in the morning and we reach our peak load, we can start to draft on that as we wait for our supplies to arrive, or when supplies get cut and we're looking for additional supplies. That additional line pack allows us to draft for a while and keep the system whole. Some additional improvements we made were in the ways that we supply gas. We contracted for additional supplies out of the Pisciance Basin in the Rocky Mountains, and we did bring additional supplies during this winter event from White River Hub. We moved gas from Permian because we were seeing freeze-offs in Permian, and so we've started bringing in more of our swing gas from San Juan and the Rockies, and that leads to the final improvements we made is contracting for more of our swing gas. In the past, we'd go in the cash market, and we still have to do that, but we have contracts now that allow us to go directly to those contracts for our swing gas, and we also have flex contracts for our baseload gas too. And we've contracted all the way up to our peak demands, and so we were able to call on those contracts even as we saw cuts and make sure that we kept our system whole. And then one of the things that didn't work quite so well that Tom also mentioned was our storage. We contracted for additional storage, and that piece of the puzzle did not quite work to expectations, and so that's something we'll be looking at going forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Just let me wrap this up by saying that you raised the point about the price impacts on the customers, and we are focusing on that right now. We are, like I said, we will be filing a pleading in the next month explaining the impacts on the customers and a plan to deal with that going forward. So that's number one on our list going forward. We just thought we would bring up to speed on what happened. And the thing going forward is the price impact on the customers. We're focused on that, and we will be back in front of the commission within the month to address that very important issue.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Any questions from commissioners? I'm going to try and move along pretty quickly here.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thank you to all the New Mexico Gas Company team for that presentation. We received a copy of a letter from the Attorney General dated February 23rd, basically launching an inquiry into kind of the price shock because of this event. And they specifically asked for a mitigation plan. And obviously you're going to come back to do that. But going forward, it seems that your lack of access to the full capacity of your reserves really forced you to buy, the gas on the open market. So do your current reserves, would they alleviate that based on this load? I mean, obviously it was almost unprecedented. You say it was the fourth highest load. What can you give us maybe an inkling in terms of what your potential strategy is for either diversifying your reserves or somehow trying to assess how you can better access it in these kinds of weather events?
Let me just start by saying that we are examining what happened and the impact that it had upon us. So we are looking backwards. And then I'm going to let Renee or Josh talk, and maybe Josh would be the best one to talk about, to answer your question directly, as the Director of Gas Supply. Either one.
This is Josh. To answer your question, yes, we look at diversifying our supply, primarily from different basins, whether it's the San Juan or Permian Basin or the Piceance Basin up in northern Colorado, when we source gas to the system. As far as our storage facility, there's not a lot of options in the southwestern part of the United States for storage. And so when you look at where storage is available, we lease storage from the Keystone Storage Facility, owned and operated by Kinder Morgan. And we have had that storage for a long time. Unfortunately, on one of the days that we needed it, they had to declare a force majeure, which interrupted some of our supply coming out of the storage facility. And therefore, we had to react with going into the market and relying on some of our intraday peaking contracts, which allow us access to gas and then even into the market to offset those supply disruptions. That continued through some of the storms. So going forward, obviously, we're going to evaluate the reliance on that storage facility and look at options and see where we go in the future.
Okay.
And one of those options that we're beginning to evaluate, and we have been evaluating for quite some time, is, and it was a proposal that has been considered before, and that is an LNG storage facility in and around the Albuquerque area. And so we're giving that a fresh look and thinking about that again from a financial perspective and from a reliability perspective.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate. Oh, I guess.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I was muted. I just had a couple questions. I guess it was in the WEC presentation, I heard a subject mentioned, and I kind of piqued my curiosity when they mentioned insurance. And, we go into any kind of big weather event that we can predict. Is that something that, and we can predict price spikes if so, well, at least expect, realize that's on the horizon. I don't know if you can exactly predict them, but is that something that companies insure against? I see Tom nodding his head. And how does that play into, what Tom just mentioned about coming into the commission to get some approval for, I assume, a rate hike, but I don't know what you have planned, but where does insurance fit in there, and can it mitigate that kind of outcome?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, I was nodding. Yes, I understood your question. We're examining the insurance question, but it's a very difficult thing to get for purposes of insuring against events like this. So it's not likely that there will be insurance that would cover something like this.
Okay. Fine, we'll let that, I understand for now. The other question I had has to do with the effects of temperature. I thought that in places in Texas, I'd heard, but maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, that pipes actually froze, or either that or it was the equipment, some sort of equipment involved in pumping gas froze. And certainly we saw colder temperatures in Texas than we actually did in New Mexico. But I vaguely remember that issue from 2011 as well. So how how does freezing pipes figure into your plans? I mean, obviously, I guess that wasn't a problem since you didn't lose any customers this time, but it could be a problem. And how does that figure into your plans going forward?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, what we learned in 2011 and proved true again in 21 is that when Texas engages in rolling brownouts, where they shut down the electricity for a period of time, 20 minutes or an hour or a couple hours, they do that, and what that does is the houses get colder and then they heat back up when you turn electricity back on. But what we learned was that when you do that in the production fields, the production fields freeze off, that those wells, once they're shut down for 20 minutes, they're frozen. And so that's, I think, what you're talking about, is that when you have those rolling brownouts, you lose production because the well is frozen off and it doesn't come back online until it warms up enough for it to thaw on its own. So that was what we learned in 2011, and I do not think that there has been a significant enough changes in Texas to fix that problem. When we went back and spoke to FERC, we talked about that very issue, and so there was some discussion about that. And I think you've heard about some of that in the media, where there's been statements that there were proposed changes to be made, and the question is whether or not they were made. But I think that's the problem in 11, and that's still the problem in 21. There was some of that going on, and that's why there was insecurity in our minds about the reliability of gas out of Texas, and why Josh and his team shifted our supply up to the north. And the big difference between the 21 storm and the 11 storm was that San Juan, it was warmer in New Mexico. It was still cold, but it was warmer here. And so there was not nearly the disruption in the San Juan that there had been back in 11. So, and then also we were able to take that gas from further north, which is winterized gas. So the problem in Texas is that the gas is not as well winterized as it is in the colder areas.
So let me just follow up to understand, what does that mean? What is winterized?
Well,
Insulated
as I understand the
equipment?
term, that means that the production wells are designed and built to withstand colder temperatures, so they don't freeze off.
Okay, all right. So is that something your company is looking at for, in the event we get colder temperatures than areas where we're supplied from?
Well, that's one of the things.
Actually, if we get colder temperatures from wherever we're supplied from within your footprint.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Madam Commissioner, we're not in the production business, so we don't produce. And so what we've done is we only buy gas. And what we've done is we've diversified the areas that we buy gas from. That's the one thing that we can do from this. So that's why I say we can get San Juan gas, and we can get gas from further north where the gas is winterized and more deliverable in cold weather.
Okay, fine, thanks. Fine.
Any other questions from commissioners? Tom, Renee, and Josh, thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Jason, who's up next?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we have a presentation from Tom Fahlgren, and if I said that correctly, sorry if I didn't, Tom. And Mark Fenton of Public Service Company of New Mexico regarding this recent extreme weather event. Mark, will you be taking control? Or do you have a PowerPoint, or are you just giving a verbal?
We're just giving an oral presentation.
Okay, thank you.
So Tom and Mark, just the facts. We know that you're reliable. We know that you do good work. You don't need all the context there. We just, what happened in this event, and what are we doing about it? And I really appreciate it if you can focus on that.
Yeah, we will. When I talked to Brian Harris, when he asked us to do this, he said shorter was sweeter. So we were thinking that we had no longer than about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. So that's our plan. Thank you, Chair I'm Mark Fenton. I'm the Executive Director of Regulatory at PNM. I appreciate Commissioner Fishman reaching out to us through Brian Harris and asking us to talk today. I'm joined by Tom Falgren. He's our Vice President of Generation at PNM. And Tom's going to start by providing what PNM experienced on our system during the extreme weather event. I did send the commissioners an email on Monday, February 15th, just to let you know. I not only sent it to the commissioners, I sent it to your assistants, I sent it to Utility Division Director, I sent it to General Counsel's Office, Consumer Relations Division, because I know you get a lot of questions. So I was trying to be proactive there and not wait for this presentation today to let you know what was going on. But Tom's going to go through our system, and then at the conclusion of the presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about our fuel clause. You're asking questions about the impact, so I want to explain how our fuel clause works and what we could see going forward. So I'll say that at the end. So hopefully, Tom, I know he was having some connectivity issues, but Tom, are you on the line?
I am here, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can, Tom. So I'll turn it over to you. Thanks.
Very good. Very good, and thank you very much, Commission. So the positive news is PNM system did remain reliable and stable, and we had no rolling blackouts. And again, I think we've had some in the media and things, some confusion about, you know, when a typical storm comes through, we've had some limited distribution outages, I would say that, but that's literally not what we're talking about in Texas or what happened in California, you know, on the rolling blackouts. So we did not have any rolling blackouts. And as our friends from SPP had noted, there are 3 energy emergency alerts, you know, developed by FERC. When you get to the energy emergency alert 3 is when you have rolling blackouts. PNM did not have any, we did not even enter the first, EEA 1 even under that. So our system was very reliable, if you would. Just quickly, I know, again, a number of activities have occurred, but we did take the lessons learned from 2011, February 2011, and there were extensive reports by NERC, by WEC, and also by this commission as well on the lessons learned from that event, and we have implemented those. Just quickly, some of the things we've done: insulating more equipment, adding more equipment protection, additional heating, heat tracing, stronger protocols on the site for monitoring when equipment issues come. Like our gas friends talked about, establishing firm gas transportations from multiple sources, both the Permian and the San Juan basins, to ensure you've got multiple options during events like this. And then again, improving our communications with our gas providers as well. And again, I'll just say I spent most of my life in Minnesota. All generation facilities can operate in cold weather as long as you plan and you maintain for those. So some of the activities that we did during the event, again, predominantly a number of these activities were to minimize the prices and cost impacts to our customers. So what we did is we actually minimized the use of our gas units. You would have saw us during the day, we would have took gas units offline to preserve the available gas that was for the peak periods that we'd have, and also to minimize any price impacts. We utilized oil on our dual fuel units. That offset some gas purchases. We actually postponed our San Juan outage. We had an outage planned at San Juan. We actually postponed that 2 weeks just to make sure that that resource was available. And then we actually did purchase a number of power options from the Western grid. Again, we saw elevated prices in the Western grid, but you didn't see the same correlation that you saw in gas prices. So we did try to maximize energy purchases where that would save our customers dollars. Again, Mark will talk a little bit. There are some price impacts to our customers, but the efforts that we did to do these, we estimated we saved our customers an additional $15 million with these efforts beyond what it could have been, if you would. So then quickly, although I think the Mexico utilities did an excellent job There's obviously lessons learned from that. And again, we'll continue to work with the agencies and different utilities on gleaning this lessons learned. Critical for us is, for us to be sustainable, to have sustainable energy source. So to proceed with a carbon-free energy source, we definitely have to ensure that we're reliable and make sure cost impacts are minimized. So, and I just want to make clear that, we don't see either the California events that happened last summer or the Texas events. Those were clearly not caused by renewables. That's not a renewable issue. If we go quickly to lessons learned, I think as our SPP friends noted earlier, there's a trade-off between maybe the alternative market structures in Texas and the obligation of those generation providers to provide electricity. So again, the Texas generation providers are not required to be available, but the free market is to provide for those. We also see that these, in our resource planning, we need to emphasize the extreme weather events that we continue to see as climate change. We may need to look at things that are beyond just historical values and look at other temperature extremes. And again, what you see in some of these is not only just the temperature, but the duration and then the expansiveness of the weather system across our system, which obviously we need to consider in that. The other thing we need to look at is, again, resource adequacy, what Weck talked about before, just making sure they're in peak hours, not just certain reserve hours. Like Cal ISO has already looked at, is likely increasing our reserve margins in our planning reserve margins. And then again, taking a close look at the availability of market energy during these extreme conditions. I think what we've seen in California, we also seen in Texas, is those that were maybe leaning on the market found out that that's not a good approach. And then just obviously generation fuel and geographical diversity are important as well. And then the accuracy of forecasting. And if you see the forecasting, I think if you look at the PNM forecasting, we have historically had a much tighter, more accurate forecast than you may have seen from the other districts. So I'll end with that and turn it back to Mark.
All right. Thank you, Tom. I was going to talk about the fuel clause real quickly here. You've heard from the speakers today, you've heard from Tom that gas prices certainly spiked during this period of time, and the resulting market purchases for power on the system also spiked. In terms of how these costs are ultimately reflected on customer bills, PNM has a fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause. I'll just call it the fuel clause. We've had that since approximately 2008, 2009. We had an emergency fuel clause in 2008, and then we got a permanent fuel clause in 2009, which is subject to periodic reviews and approvals by this commission. Our fuel clause tracks PNM's fuel and purchase power costs and adjusts the fuel factor to assure that we only recover the actual costs, no more, no less. The difference between the actual fuel clause costs and the revenues each month are included in a balancing account each period, so they're trued up in future periods. Since about 2014, we've had a quarterly fuel factor reset process. Our fuel clause also limits, and this is important in terms of the impact on the customers, our fuel clause includes a limit on the amount of any fuel factor increase, including increases related to amounts carried over in the balancing account, such that the fuel factor increase cannot result in more than a 5% increase in the average residential customer bill, including all rates except taxes and franchise fees. So any amount in excess of what is allowed by the 5% cap would roll into the balancing count and be collected in the next quarterly reset, subject to these same limitations. So that came out of a stipulation in a fuel continuation filing for PNM. I think it was case number 13-00187. So that 5% limitation is in place. We have a fuel factor reset coming up for the period for April beginning April 1st, from April 1st to December 31st. We'll be making that quarterly reset filing in mid-March, approximately. We would expect that some of the costs that we incurred here will be part of that factor reset. As I said, we haven't done the calculation. There's a lot of other factors besides just this event that will ultimately impact what that fuel factor is. We do know that it won't increase rates more than 5%. But I don't want to quote a number today as exactly what it's going to be, because the weather in the remaining months, the change in load estimates, changes in fuel sources, things that happen between now and then will impact it. But there was an impact. There's no question. We had to go to the market, and power was expensive. So there will be an impact on our fuel clause, but that fuel continuation filing that's got the 5% limitation will keep costs from just completely spiking for our customers. So that's all I had. Tom and I are available for any questions you have.
Thank you. Tom, did you have a comment there? Yes, not.
No.
Commissioner, any questions? Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I just had one question. And I'm not sure whether to direct it to Tom or Mark, but whoever thinks it's appropriate to answer, please let me know. So, again, hearing about these price spikes, not just from PNM, but, other presenters, just makes me think that, these public announcements in advance to let people know that, the resources we have are going to be very dear under adverse weather circumstances. It seems like another thing to remind the public of is that there will be a financial cost following events, and that might be an additional motivation. Probably not, but who knows? It just seems like that's a consequence going forward that we have to build in. And while, of course, companies struggle mightily in situations like this, and you don't have control over what price you have to pay. It seems like one component of a plan going forward would be to warn the public or at least just really be aggressive with reminding the public that they have a lot of control over what happens if they can try to curtail, lower their temperatures, and try to conserve as much as possible under the circumstances. And I guess I was talking about that with Lanny Nickel, and he was saying 24 hours ahead seems reasonable. And I can't argue with that, but I'm just concerned about the fact that these price spikes come back to haunt the ratepayers in a way that's very painful and very unexpected. And of course, during the pandemic, I think we're all aware of that in a heightened way. So I just wondered if you could comment on that. And by the way, I was really appreciative to hear Tom describe how well in advance PNM was making sure that they could minimize that impact by their purchases of gas and trying to basically kind of arbitrage when they used less expensive gas, but that was bought in the future. I think that's a very productive and clever thing to do. But and if there are other techniques that can be used similar to that, that would be ideal, because that does minimize the price spike blow to customers. And I'm really glad we have that provision that Mark just described as well in their fuel clause, and we should consider doing that with other companies' fuel clauses. But I'll just stop talking and see if either of you guys have something to comment on there.
Yeah, in terms of the communications, we agree with you wholeheartedly, and we have a very active communications department, and we communicate with the customers in a variety of ways through Energy Works and through advertising, through radio communications. We really advocate for energy efficiency. You know, we have a very active energy efficiency program, but if we see something coming with pricing or there's going to be an impact, you know, we talked about the 5% limitation, but we do try to get out in front with our customers and let them know, you know, there's a consequence for using electricity. So we strongly advocate energy efficiency, and we're communicating with our customers all the time. In fact, while we were talking here, and you had brought that up, Commissioner Hall, our communications director sent me a note and said, "Mark, we are educating our customers." so we're aware of it, and we appreciate the comment.
Yeah.
Any other?
The other thing I might add, if I could, that maybe I'm
ahead,
sorry
Tom.
to interrupt, but I didn't. It is, you know, we do have a commission-approved hedging plan, right? Where, you know, a month ahead, 75% of our energy use is hedged, you know, on a firm price, if you would. So we do have that. That hedging plan was just approved by the commission this last summer. So that's another factor we have in this. And again, another, you know, maybe this event we review in a future hedging plan as well. So.
Thanks.
Mark, just one question. It sounds to me like it's possible if the dollar hit on the gas prices is big enough, that carry forward could go through a couple of quarters when you do your adjustments to the fuel clause. Is that a correct assumption?
That is a correct assumption. I can't tell you now that it's going to be enough that it would have went over the 5% and that excess would go to the next one. But the way that quarterly reset works, we'll file that in March, and that'll be for April 1st through December 31st of 2021. Then we'll come along in the middle of the summer and we'll have another reset, and it'll be for the remaining 6 months, and then we'll have one for the next 3 months. So yes, it is possible. I can't tell you that it will or won't, but that is how that would work, Commissioner Fishman.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner questions? Okay, Jason, let's move on.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Byrd.
That's all right. Thank you, sir. I've got a question for Tom Fulgren. You had mentioned that you postponed a scheduled turnaround till after this event at San Juan. What will you have in your toolbox for firm power 10 years from now when that next storm hits?
Yeah, obviously that's capacity is a huge consideration, as we're doing resource planning. I think if you look out in the 2020 IRP plan that we just filed, again, we still have Palo Verde, which is a firm resource. We still have, we're adding significant amount of battery. Until we get to 2040, we have our gas fleet that's dispatchable. We're continuing to look at conversion of those to hydrogen. And then again, as you might see in the 2020 IRP, we're looking at other longer term storage. So again, like you say in this event, you need storage that can last 4 or 5 days. That can be in the form of hydrogen storage that can burn in a combustion. It can be in the term of pumped hydro, compressed air, those type of factors. But those are our considerations as we look to this, as we move to carbon free.
You have a fuel oil generator there south of Albuquerque. I'm in Tucumcari. South of Albuquerque, is that some kind of plan or system you might consider putting in place somewhere else?
We can, obviously, we probably would see different technologies like batteries and longer term storage is probably a better use of our customers' money, just because, we're 20 years away from being carbon free. So are we moving that direction? But certainly we continue to evaluate the event and see what impact that could have.
I have more questions, Mr. Chair, but I will let it go at that. Thank you.
Okay, good questions. And By the way, I was just reading in the journal about a new hydrogen producer who just got $150 million financing boost out of Albuquerque, who can produce hydrogen cleanly and quite cheaply, or so they claim. So it'll be interesting to see if you guys can manage to, come up with some kind of partnership or use of their technology.
We are monitoring that very closely, as well as a number of other hydrogen opportunities. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Terrific. Okay. With that, Jason, let's move on. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, guys. Mr. Chairman, next up we have El Paso Electric. I'll give the floor over to Rico Gonzalez to introduce the presenter. And then I also want to let the presenter know that he does have control to share his screen if you have a PowerPoint. Rico?
Okay, Chairman and Commissioners, good morning. Rico Gonzalez, Regional VP in New Mexico, and recently just rejoined El Paso Electric. So I'm glad to be here with you all. With me today is David Hawkins. He is our newly minted Vice President of Strategy and Sustainability. And he will be talking on the physical effects of the storm and this weather event. To that end, we will have more information, obviously, as time goes on for discussion on fuel clause and the like. But today, our focus with the 5 minutes we had is on what our system did and how we got through it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Dave Hawkins.
Thank you. And Rico, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I guess the message is we can't get rid of you.
I think that's right. A bad penny.
Well, I'll call it a good penny.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dave.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, and I'll try and be brief. I do want to show this, and can you see my screen okay and hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I think,
Mr. Chair, if you could just speak up a little, I'm not hearing you real loud, so.
Okay, any better?
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I just want to introduce this slide as we go into it for a couple of reasons. I believe Mr. Nickel talked about the DC interconnection ties to the west. We do have one DC tie, our Eddy County DC intertie that connects with the Southwest Power Pool. That was unavailable during this event, and it's on a maintenance through the next month. And I want to emphasize that being a summer peaking utility, this is typically our maintenance period. So it's not unusual that we would have generation off for planned maintenance. What I also want to point out on the slide is central in it is it lays out our generating stations, Newman, Rio Grande, Copper, and Montana. So we use these local generation. They're so close to our load and we're remote from a lot of the WAC for stability of our system, for voltage support, as well as energy to our customers. So I just wanted to point that out prior to beginning to what we experienced in this event. So again, we had an idea that the storm was coming. We had operations meeting the Friday before, as well as the Sunday morning of on February 14th. We took actions, as P&M did, to delay planned maintenance on one of our generators. Newman 5 was scheduled to come off on the 12th, the evening of the 12th, for summer preparation. We chose to keep that on and delay our maintenance. We also, on Friday, were in contact with fuel oil suppliers. We do have fuel oil capability at Montana Power Station. We have 4 combustion turbines there. And we also have fuel supply capability at Newman, although we had some of those units off that are capable of fuel oil burning for planned maintenance. So a couple of issues to talk about. what made it a little bit unusual was the presidential holiday, excuse me, that weekend. So in terms of securing resources and natural gas for Sunday, Monday, Sunday's acquiring of resources and planning happened on Thursday, the 11th. And for the 15th, that happened on Friday, the 12th. So when we say loads were higher than forecasted, we were looking out 3 days when we were doing our load forecasts. Having said that, we had sufficient generating capability to meet the loads that we did experience. Now, similar, I'm going to say similar but different to 2011, some of our older units, and I would say our steam generating units, had some reliability issues. The difference is in 2011, those were long-term. It took days to bring those generators back. We had one gas turbine in 2011, our copper generator, that remained online. So much like Mr. Falgren mentioned, we added weatherization, whether it was additional heat tracing or it escapes me here, to our system. But what that allowed us to do is, even though we lost some generation during the Sunday event, it was for a matter of hours and not days, because with the heat tracing, we were able to keep the water and the supplies for the steam from freezing, whether it was in instrument lines where moisture may occur, or whether it was just, the feed water system. So there was much improvement over that time. What we did is we were able to, once we lost some of those steam generators, we had planned to have Montana, those combustion turbines, available but not used for Sunday in the event that we lost generation. So we were able to bring up approximately 350 megawatts of our Montana power station on Sunday. So serving load and meeting load obligations was not an issue for us. What we began to see and have issues with was acquiring the natural gas to supply our resources. We made the decision on Monday to convert Montana Power Station to fuel oil to help alleviate the natural gas issue. We did see gas prices spike through the week. And solar, I would just say, solar was helpful. Anything we could get out of solar. Solar is not something that we count on for the winter to meet peak load. The sun goes down prior to us seeing our peak demands. And so, but whatever energy it provides certainly reduced the amount of gas that we needed to burn. On the 14th, which was the main storm day, we did have a reduced solar output. I'm going to move to these slides here that just give some indication of what we saw. So our actual peak was a couple hundred megawatts above what we typically expect in February. And it was a couple hundred megawatts above our forecast for Sunday. Natural gas, as you can see, the prices that were made available to us that we saw got us over $325 in MMBTU. We only had to purchase spot gas for one day, and that was Monday, February 15th. We were able to fully rely on our existing gas supply contracts, solar, nuclear, and fuel oil for the remainder of the week. Our gas delivery, you can see what our gas needs were and what we scheduled in the red and what we actually were delivered through the week. And you can see why we were able to rely on fuel oil burn to help offset the delivery issues that we had. So what did it mean that we were able to rely on fuel oil? We projected the cost of the fuel oil compared to the spot gas prices. And this is total system. I'm talking Texas and New Mexico, estimated savings of about $19 million for just relying on fuel oil. We had also made investments in our transmission and distribution system. We had some minor outages. They were distribution related and they weren't long-term in nature. And essentially, I want to point out, we also have a geographic diversity with Palo Verde and Phoenix, as well as what we have here. And then our solar is also diversified. We have some solar in Deming as well as the solar that we have around our service territory. And the nuclear is essentially a fixed price energy resource in New Mexico, Palo Verde 3. Some of that is tied to a market price as well. But the nuclear is provided generally security and acts against the volatility that sometimes we see in these events. So I am available for any questions. I wanted to keep it short, but I do want to say that the 2011 event, some of us are scarred by that. And so whenever it's hot or whenever it's cold, we take that seriously. And I know we all do. But I just wanted to point that out, that it was our goal all along that we were going to do what we can to keep our customer in nights, because it was a painful event 10 years ago for us. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
So I thought that was a very interesting fact that Mr. Hawkins just mentioned, that Palo Verde provided 65% of their energy. Over what period of time did that occur?
So that would be typical for this time of year. Annually, it's about 48, 49%. But given that we get 600 megawatts output in February, it contributes a lot more as a percentage.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I have a question. El Paso Electric has a much more volatile fuel clause than the P&M structure. And in fact, I've been receiving some consumer complaints about a month-to-month jump over the last few months. Do you have any, are you planning to do anything different or to present a plan to the commission about those, whatever fuel cost spikes there might be going forward?
Yes, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman and Commission, we're obviously aware of those situations, and we are at this time looking at those fuel costs, and we will be bringing to the commission the plan as to exactly how well, first of all, what those spikes may look like, and most probably will look like, and then how to deal with them as we go forward.
Okay, thank you, Rico. And I do want to acknowledge that I know that you guys have proposed a way of smoothing those charges going forward. So we'll see how that comes through in the rate case.
Yes, exactly.
Any other commissioner questions?
Mr. Chairman, one last thing, if there isn't any questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
We are planning and organizing with Brian and with Jason, having a presentation of our New Mexico team. I've rejoined as I pointed out, and you as well. Mr. Hawkins is also a proud graduate of Albuquerque school systems, and we know that, and I know that we've been trying to get our new CEO Kelly Tomlin in front of you all, and one thing or another has happened, and that hasn't moved forward. But we also have Nancy Burns, who's been promoted within the company, and we've hired a new attorney, Jordan Kessler, as a New Mexico team member as well. So we are wanting to get in front of you with our new team to present ourselves and what our focus and vision is moving forward. So hopefully we'll get that done either next week or the week after that.
Okay, looking forward to it. And by the way, I've noted in the press the stories about how El Paso Electric came through with flying colors compared to ERCOT. And I just wanted to warn you guys not to get a big head from all the positive press.
Well, my grandmother always taught me that, Mr. Chairman and Commission, that there's always someone less and better than you. So keep your nose down and working to the grindstone, and that in our culture will not change at El Paso Electric.
Well, okay, thank you. Thank you for performing well through that weather event. And Jason, let's go to the next. Or actually, why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:35. And we'll just go from there. See you all at 11:35, and Jason will pick it up there.
Thank you.
Anyone there, or am I alone?
You're not alone.
No, okay, Commissioner Byrd, we can rely on you.
Sometimes.
You're not alone.
Okay, there's Cynthia, I see. And Teresa, are you on?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Terrific, thanks. Okay, Jason, let's get on to our next speaker.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, with us today, we have Leslie Graham from Zia Natural Gas Company. Leslie, do you want to share your screen or do you just have a verbal presentation?
You're muted, I think. Jason, I can't hear her.
Yeah, Leslie, I think you'll have to unmute on your side. It's unmuted on the Zoom application. Maybe in the lower right-hand corner of your computer screen, there might be a little microphone icon.
I don't want to unmute myself, but I cannot hear Miss Graham.
Right, Commissioner Hall, we're trying to get her unmuted. No, we still can't hear you, Leslie.
If we continue to have problems, we can move on to the next, skip over and then come back.
I'll work with her on that, yeah. Let me send her the phone number. She can call in. Let me give it to you real quick, Leslie. Bear with me 1 second. Mr. Chairman, I think this might be the last presentations. The only other bullet item is possible additional presenters, which I don't think we have any.
No, we've got enough for today.
Yeah, let me try to get Leslie.
Oh,
Leslie, I'm going to text you the number.
Leslie, we can't hear you, but we see you.
I think she wants the number.
I'm sending it to her now, Commissioners.
Yeah.
You should receive a text message from me, Leslie.
Poor Leslie.
I think she's got a hammer now. She's about to get after it.
I don't blame her.
That's all right.
Jeff, I was expecting you to say, get her done, get her done.
Get her done. It ain't the easy way, but it's the cowboy way.
There you go.
Leslie, when you're in, you should be able to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Oh, I am so sorry. I have a new computer and randomly it does this to me, usually about the time I really want to make a point. I think it doesn't want me to speak. I apologize. Are you guys getting an echo from this? Oh, yeah.
No, Leslie, you're fine. We're not getting any echo, so it seems working just fine.
Excellent. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I am so sorry about that technical problem. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today, and I am embarrassed that you just had to sit through me having a frantic panic attack trying to figure out how to get on the phone. I thank you for your time. My name is Leslie Graham. I'm the General Manager of Zia Natural Gas Company. We are a division of natural gas processing. I think briefly because I have not been in front of many of you, we serve gas to about 39,000 customers in the southern part of New Mexico. We also serve up around Colfax County in the Springer-Maxwell. We serve the city of Las Vegas. We have a sister utility up in Wyoming Gas Company, and so we also have gas customers up here. I am so concerned about what happened last week and really appreciate the opportunity to visit with you. I'm going to give us the 10-second pat on the back. We were able to keep all of our gas customers running last week. We did not have any supply or pressure issues within our system. We kept all of our gas customers running 10 years ago in 2011. It is our primary goal to continue to serve customers. We did experience extremely high flow rates, just as everybody saw throughout the nation. It was cold. We experienced astronomically high gas prices, and that's why I am here today. I want to visit with you about what went on within these gas markets and how to move forward on this. I want to point out that there's 3 regulated gas utilities in the state of New Mexico. New Mexico Gas, ourselves, Raton Natural Gas. But there are also municipal gas utilities in the state of New Mexico. And they have also experienced issues with this gas price and are puzzling and pondering over how they're even going to be able to finance this. And so I sincerely hope that the Attorney General or representative from the Attorney General's office is also listening to this presentation today. Sometime midweek last week, as we were realizing that we were in the middle of a catastrophe financially with these gas prices, we looked at curtailment on our system. I can tell you right now, the curtailment rule is about a physical supply issue. We were not seeing a physical supply issue in any of our system points. We were not seeing pressure problems at any of our system points, at our city gates. Things were running as they needed to be. The real problem happened within the financial markets, within the gas markets. We've had meetings with our gas marketers, heard lots of what I'd call yakety-yak about what happened within the system. I really, truly believe that there needs to be an investigation into what happened within these gas markets last week. I'm going to give you a brief picture, and I'm going to qualify it with we have not seen all of the invoices from our suppliers. And so some of our numbers are estimated numbers based on how our contracts work. But for a 7-day period between February 12th and February 18th, our gas utility had a total bill around $18 million. To put some perspective on that, last year, 2020, our whole gas bill for the entire year was $10 million. This is mind-blowing to me. This gas bill will be due March 25th, if not sooner, as we're already starting to see demands from suppliers on a portion of these bills. This is dramatic to us, and I think this is dramatic to customers. I am surprised that some of the other utilities, they have focused on keeping customers on, which is our primary and number one goal. But I think that we are really going to have to hit on, and I think Chairman Fishman brought it up, what's going to happen in the future, and how do we handle what happened within these gas markets. I've estimated, it was mind-boggling to me what happened within the gas markets, and you saw some other numbers in there. Something that went from $2.50, $3, up to $380 on one of our systems. It is truly remarkable. We've done some quick numbers to try and estimate an impact on our gas customers. And if our normal recovery in a PGA, and many people we've talked to said, well, you have a PGA mechanism, you're fine. You just roll that through in your PGA mechanism. This is dramatic. This is huge. But if we were to roll this, yes,
Leslie,
please.
excuse me, could you tell us what your PGA mechanism is?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, that's fine. I apologize. It's a purchase gas adjustment clause, and so it's somewhat similar to the fuel factor clauses that the power companies, the electric companies have talked about. It's where the utilities are not allowed to make or lose money on our cost of gas. We pass that through to our customers. And so we at ZIA have a annual PGAC mechanism. It starts October 1st and goes through a 12-month period. We estimate what we're going to pay for that 12-month period. We reconcile what we paid the previous 12 months compared to what we actually collected from customers, and then we try to keep a level cost to our customers going for that 12-month and do another reconciliation. Within our PGA, we do have the ability, if we see a major over or under recovery of gas costs, we can come in off term and reapply to you for an update to that PGA cost. I often refer to it as the cost of gas on our customers' bills. I estimate if we were to take this 7-day period and roll it into our PGA over a 2-year period instead of our normal 1-year period, our customers are going to see a bill increase somewhere between 20 and 40% on their overall bills. I think that's a number that people need to talk about and understand and see what's going on out there. And I don't think I'm the only one who sees that. We haven't, and it's soon, and so I don't know if everybody's had a chance to look at their bills to figure out how much it's going to be and how much they actually paid. But it's huge, and I want the commission to hear that. I want the state to hear that. I think there needs to be an investigation. We think there needs to be an investigation into what happened in the gas markets last week, where that stands with the gas marketers, with the producers. Was there actually an instance of price gouging going on in an emergency? We'd like to know. I want to tell you, as a small business, natural gas processing, I described what we are. We are a privately owned business. This is a huge financial impact for ourselves. I do know that this is a huge financial impact for the municipalities and a huge financial impact for the smaller utilities. I would imagine it's the same thing for the larger utilities. We have operated proudly with no debt for almost 20 years. We don't even have a financing mechanism in front of the commission. We had to call our banker last week and forewarn them that we were going to have to do something to be able to pay these bills, because we simply do not sit on that kind of cash. And so I have just a very serious concern and really want to encourage. I'm happy to work with staff in any way possible to understand the impact on our customers, what happened throughout this event, how these prices roll through. But I would highly encourage from the commission and even into the state levels that somebody gets involved into the prices that were actually out there. I, as a utility, cannot eat these bills. I would highly support any investigation into why these bills were this high, and then am happy to work with some kind of mechanism to figure out how to recover these costs as they may stand when it comes out in the end. I think that's all I have to say, and I again apologize for the technical problems. I appreciate you listening to us today, and I would love to answer any questions out there.
Off mute. Thank you, Leslie. Commissioners, could you, do you have any questions, thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I think she was very clear, and it's just an issue that I think we really need to look at. That's been a problem with everybody we've talked to, and one way or another, they acknowledge their price spikes and they're going to pass it on through to the customers, but the larger utilities can manage it, and she is a much smaller company, and it's a big hit. So I think it's a problem we definitely need to look at.
I see, Tom, you brought yourself up on the picture. Go ahead.
I did, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Hall. Leslie was very eloquent. She hit it right on the head, and I admire her for being that forthright. the amount that New Mexico Gas Company paid from that same period of time, the 11th and 19th, is just like her. We paid in 1 week what we paid last year. So we have the exact same problem. Now we're bigger, but this is going to present an enormous financial strain to every company, hers, ours, all of them. And so I didn't go into the numbers in my time because I didn't know that you wanted that kind of detail, but we have the exact same problem. We have a very large obligation for gas during that period of time. And that's what we will be coming to you with next month, is some kind of a plan. And, we're more than willing to join with Leslie and with Raton Natural Gas, the 3 gas utilities, different sizes, but the same problem. Mm-hmm. And she's right. It went from $250 to $250 or $300 per MMBTU during that weekend. That's not right.
Well, yeah, thank you both for pointing that out. And I will personally say, I believe an investigation is warranted. I think there's a disconnect in terms of using market pricing mechanisms during a crisis like this, because exactly when everybody's going through the worst of it, now you pile on with a huge financial burden, which quite frankly is profit taking. I mean, I understand market principles. You sell for what the market will bear. But when we've made, I think, a societal commitment to have affordable, reliable utilities to folks, I don't think that has a place inside that commitment that people can use disaster, if you will, to price gouge. And I don't think that's consistent with what we intend as public policy. So I wholeheartedly support the idea of an investigation and how we can change the structure to avoid this kind of occurrence. So anyway, there's my 2 cents. Other commissioners, any more comments?
Mr. Chair.
I disagree with you. That's an important thing to be aware of.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Leslie, thank you for, I think, putting an exclamation mark on the need for an investigation. And I think the Attorney General's quick action by launching this inquiry, I think is a good sign. And the scope of the inquiry is not just about the impacts on customers, it's the impacts on you, the utilities. And so I hope that we as a commission monitor this investigation and do what we can to assist the Attorney General and see what will come of it. But I agree. I have an elderly mother. She's 91. Excuse me. She relies heavily on natural gas. So I can imagine there's a lot of folks throughout New Mexico that are going to really be shocked when they get their gas bill, their natural gas bills. So thank you.
And
you're welcome. Thank you.
One other comment is I have seen press reports of a couple of not very smart energy executives bragging about how they made a year's worth of profits in the last week, which I think just illustrates the point you're making, Leslie. And we really appreciate your just going right after it and being direct.
Thank you. Well, it's a serious concern, and we will certainly be in touch with staff, and anything that you may need or any questions, we would be happy to work with you all.
And and as you're going through this, this is a real crisis for you as an organization. If there's any way at the commission we can be supportive, please let us know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Leslie. Okay. I think we're finally on to consent action items.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to Vicente Aguilar. She seconded.
Yes.
And Mike, please read the cases and call the roll.
Commissioners, the cases, I read them previously out of order, but well, I'll go through it quickly again so we can do it in proper order. The first case is the undocketed case in the matter of the application of Easton Telecom Services LLC for a certificate of registration to provide competitive local exchange telecommunications service within the state of New Mexico. That's a potential order on an application for certificate. So I'm trying to scroll down here. The other case is case 20-00153 UT in the matter of the State Rural Universal Service Fund 2021 per connection charge calculation and fund size. That's a potential order approving amended State Rural Universal Service Fund annual carrier report forms and instructions. So I would call the roll. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And commissioners, for a second time, the consent action items are approved. This time within the approved agenda.
Okay.
Next, I'll move to end the meeting by out of order as well.
Don't do that.
Go for it. I like it. Second.
Well, you have one enthusiastic supporter, Mike. I don't know if that's going to help you sleep tonight, but okay. So on to our first regular agenda item, and that will be the item the items we moved from consent. And Hans.
Thank you, Chairman Fishman. During the break, I did have the opportunity to talk with Commissioner Hall regarding her questions. I did make some what I would call grammatical changes to the order on some of the questions that I posed during the order, but I would not consider the changes to be substantive in nature. So the order will read very much the same as what was presented to you, minus a couple grammatical changes. If you would like me to review, those will be available for the signature copy that will be distributed, but if you'd like me to review those, I can. Otherwise, I would present the order as was provided to you, just with the fact that there was a couple grammatical changes that were made.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, you feel like your changes got incorporated?
I did, and they're fine.
Okay, so I don't need to hear us go through that then. We can just, I feel comfortable just taking a vote and approving if you're satisfied.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion with the changes that Hans just talked about.
Okay.
I'll second.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, a second from Commissioner Byrd. Michael, please take the roll.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. And thank you, Hans, for handling that during the break.
Thank you.
Let me see. Did we have okay. Now we're on to the regular agenda in the matter of the application of Helios EMS LLC for an ambulance service certificate. So Judy and Robert, please take it away.
Good. I'm not sure it's morning or afternoon. I believe it's right about noon, Chairman Fishman.
You just passed over the cusp there.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman, and good afternoon to all the commissioners, and good afternoon to our new commissioner, Maestas. I've never appeared before you. Nice to see you. I'm going to try to get her done for Commissioner Byrd. I don't know when we plan on taking a lunch break, so I'll try to get her done as quickly as possible. but there's always a balancing. I need also to be complete and do what I need to do. I'm going to be reviewing a recommended decision in this case, and I believe Judith, Ms. Emmer, is going to present the proposed order. I have seen a draft of the order, but I do not believe I've seen the final draft of the order. This is the case, PRC case number 20000135-TR-M in the matter of the application of Helios EMS LLC for a certificate to provide ambulance service. I'm going to apologize because I'm going to be looking down at my paperwork and you're going to see more of my relatively bald head. So I apologize for that.
Mr. Chairman, just if I may, we had discussed the possibility and the legality of having the hearing examiners display their recommended decision as they're presenting it to the full commission. And Robert, you know, if you can't do it today, that's fine, but I really would like to make this a routine going forward. And so if you're unable to display the RD, that's fine. But again, Ashley and all the hearing examiners, brush up on Zoom and sharing your screen to begin displaying your RDs going forward at commission meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Robert, are you available to share your screen now?
I am
Feel free, you now have control.
Thank you. If you give me just one moment, please. I want to make sure I work on several things simultaneously and I don't want to display the wrong screen. So pardon me, give me just one moment.
Joe's imagining what that wrong screen might be. I can see that.
Well, it's just RDs on other cases, actually.
I've made that mistake.
Fantasy.
This is Jason. I've made that mistake, Robert. So that's why I got like 3 computers working at the same time now.
I'm rooting for you, Robert. I'm rooting for you.
Well, I had done this earlier in the day, so I would be ready and got distracted. Let me see what comes up here. Pardon me. Okay. Did it come up? Maybe not.
Yeah. But
I see a caption. I don't know.
Well, that's
what the whole
page
document
1.
is.
It should be page 1 of the RD.
Mr. Robert Denon, what we currently see on the screen is a Word document that is requiring you to either save, don't save, or cancel.
Pardon me.
There we go.
Am I do you see me scrolling through something?
No,
we do not.
Okay.
It's the right case.
Well, that's a good news. Thank you very much for that. Again, I apologize. This is my first instance of doing this. So what I have on my screen, I'm scrolling.
There it is. Now you're scrolling.
Yeah.
It's happening now.
Okay. Well, that's good to know that it's happening. Thank you very much. I'm still going to not look at that screen. I'm going to look down. If you need me to scroll to a page, I would be willing. I certainly will do that. But I'm going to look down, to the one I have in my hand. I'm more of a dinosaur, and I use paper, as I have for 30 or 40 some years or so. Anyhow, moving along. It's easy doing a presentation. I'm presenting my RD as I might present anything. It's easy when I have a homogeneous audience. Easy to custom tailor my presentation. In this particular instance, we have the public appearing, or the public on YouTube, perhaps joining us. So I'm going to have to adjust my presentation, not only for the commission, for the commissioners, but also for the public who may be tuning in. And so if something seems incongruous because you've already read it or you already know it, and of course you know the Motor Carrier Act, it's probably because I'm addressing not only the commission and the commissioners and the chairman, but also the public on YouTube, and the public generally. Anyhow, so let me look at my notes here. It's been kind of a long morning and we're already into the afternoon. I want to get done as quickly as possible. I also want to keep your attention. I'll go as quickly as I possibly can, but I need to go as thoroughly as I possibly can. This case is captioned Helios EMS LLC. Helios EMS is really a two-man operation, 2 EMTs, and 2 trucks, 2 guys in a truck, 2 guys and 2 trucks. And these 2 guys and 2 trucks are requesting from the state the ability, the certification to operate a ambulance service. That's what the case is generally about. It's a relatively modest request, if you will. However, it has resulted in substantial adjudication. I have in my left hand the transcript of the hearing, which is 500 pages long. I have in my right hand my recommendation, which I tried to make as succinct as possible, which is 17 pages long. If you've already read my recommended decision, some of what I'm about to say will be redundant. If you have not read my recommended decision, when you do read my recommended decision, what I'm saying now may help clarify. So moving forward, I'm on page 1, by the way, just a statement of the case. It gives you a little bit of a history. Like I said, two men and 2 trucks. There are currently about 84, I think precisely 84 ambulance certificates in the state of New Mexico. These 2 gentlemen trading as Helios would like to be the 85th. Out of those 84, currently, I believe 2 of them have statewide certifications or they have permission to operate statewide. The application herein requested statewide to be the 3rd out of 85. When I practiced law, I would typically ask for more than I could get as a general rule, especially in initial pleadings in any type of litigation. So I took that into consideration. The commission posted a notice as required on July 17th after the application of June 26th. Within a statutory period set forth in the notice, there were motions to intervene, protest, and they were filed by Superior Ambulance Service, AMR, which is American Medical Response Ambulance Service, Running Bear, aka Rocky Mountain, and Bernalillo Healthcare Corporation, aka Albuquerque Ambulance Service, or AAS. So we've got 4 interveners plus the applicant plus me, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 or 7 lawyers participating in the adjudication and about 8 witnesses. The adjudication went over 2 days. The first witness, the applicant, Mr. Prescott, one of the 2 principals in the LLC, appeared and he was examined by all the parties. That took the entire first day. It proceeded to a second day perhaps 2 weeks later. First hearing was on November 12th. The second was on November 24th. During those 12 days, there was other relevant activity within the commission concerning one of the interveners, which is interesting. The timing became somewhat relevant.
Robert,
yes, sir.
This is Commissioner Fishman. I think we can condense your presentation a little bit. If we just kind of focused on the issues raised and less on kind of the how it all unfolded.
Yes, sir.
So if you can do that, that would be helpful because it's a long day today. So
I I get it, and it's not over yet, and we're in the middle of it. It's right afternoon. I did set forth, as you probably have seen on page 5 of the. I'm skipping a few pages. On page 5, I set forth what I identified as 6 issues.
Okay, can you scroll down to page 5?
Yes, sir. I certainly can.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it.
And as I'm scrolling by, you'll see that I have the relevant statutes, 65-2A8, reprinted, and I've reprinted statutes in full so that they can be read in context. I don't really like when people pull lines out. However, instead of pulling lines out, I bolded, if you will, the relevant portions that we really need to be aware of and consider. And also there's 65-2A13, which is related to the entire nature of the proceeding changes when there are protest files. And that's exactly what happened here. And I've also included, because most of, I presume you guys are not, don't do much workers' compensation law. So I included a relevant workers' compensation statute so you wouldn't have to dig it up. Anyhow, these issues actually come from review of the 2 Motor Carrier Act relevant statutes. So if you read these, they basically tell you what I need to look for and what needs to be proven and what is the burden of proof by the various parties during the hearing. And we have really 2 sets of issues, 1 through 4 and 5 and 6. 1 through 4, it wouldn't be fair to call them checklist issues, but they're things that the applicant has to satisfy. And if there were never protests, these may be the only issues. Interestingly, staff found that these issues were satisfied and testified to that effect. So then we move on to really the meat of the 2 days of hearing and 500 pages of testimony. And we get to, is the existing ambulance service providing on a reasonable, continuous, and adequate basis in the territory in which the new service is sought? And has the protesters demonstrated with reasonable specificity the potential impairment or adverse impact on its existing full service operation by the service provided by Helios, contrary to public interest? Well, that's a long sentence. It's a legal sentence, but it's based upon applying the statute to the facts that I'm going to have to find during the hearing. Okay. I'm trying to move as quickly as I possibly can and yet be thorough. I don't hide footballs. So to tell you, I'm going to skip all the way to the end of the case, and you don't really need to see this on your screen, but I'll tell you what I decided. I recommended that Helios be granted a certificate. I recommended that the certificate not be granted for statewide, that they not be the third of 85 ambulance services have statewide. I did recommend that they be granted a territory consisted of Santa Fe, Los Alamos, Rio Arriba, and Taos County with a stationing point in Santa Fe. I understand that they also may need to travel to Albuquerque occasionally, so I have no problem with that. The order also allowing to and from service to Albuquerque from the counties I set forth. I also asked that the commission require them to have the minimum liability coverage required. That's basically my recommendation, but let me get to the analysis and how we got to that recommendation. Like I said, this is a presentation of what's in the recommendation. So I strongly ask for details that you review the recommendation itself. So let me continue. First of all, I found that partial relief was available. In other words, the territory could be limited, even though they requested for the entire state. Next, question is, has Helios filed the required tariff? The answer is yes. One of the interveners said that they only filed a proposed tariff, and because they're not certified, I don't know how they could file an actual tariff. So the proposed tariff satisfies that just fine. Secondly, second issue, has Helios, are they compliant? There's a tariff. Number 2, are they compliant with safety and financial responsibility requirements. Interestingly, this is one of those checklist type items, but it was brought up within the hearing. There was a claim that the financial responsibility requirements was inadequate, that they only had $1 million worth of liability coverage instead of the required $1.5 million. The question became, should the entire certification be denied based upon that error? It's a nice, clean-cut, black and white error, problem. They need 1.5, they only had 1. But the question becomes, should it be denied? I find that it shouldn't. I find that it's a deficiency, but I find it is what I consider a relatively technical deficiency. I also find that it's a mutual mistake. Both our staff at the PRC failed to recognize the deficiency and moved forward with the notice and allowed the case to go forward. And interestingly, witness Montoya recognized it as a mistake by the commission as well as the applicant. So I also recognize that it's simply a telephone call to an insurance agent asking that the limits be increased and a payment of a premium. That's all it's going to take to satisfy it. So I didn't think that, albeit clear deficiency, was reason enough to deny the certification. Moving on, number 3. Is Helios fit and able to provide ambulance service which the authorization is sought? The answer is yes and no. The answer is no statewide. It takes 2 guys to run an ambulance. They've only got 2 guys. That means they're going to be running 1 ambulance, and the other one would be a backup or reserve ambo. Question is, can they do that statewide? Well, I suppose they could drive the same ambulance all over the state, but I don't think that's the intent. I believe they need to have some sort of resources, because the statute actually says that within 30 days they have to have the ability, fitness and ability to continue to provide service for which the authorization is sought. I actually allude to that on page 8. I don't allude to it, I actually stated on page 8. So, you know, should they have statewide? I don't think so based on that. Also, there wasn't proof during the testimony that there was insufficient service being provided in Albuquerque, which is also kind of a side note that we'll have to cover. But anyhow, not statewide. During the testimony, Mr. Prescott stated that the reality is they're just intending to operate in the central New Mexico, north central New Mexico, based in Santa Fe with their 1 ambulance and 2 drivers. They're going to be going to Los Alamos. They're going to be going to Taos. They're going to be going all around Santa Fe, and they're going to go into Espanola. That was the testimony. Pardon me. So I'm on the fit and able, and the fit and able is based on the application and the financial projections that were submitted. On reviewing those financial projections, I found them to be quite conservative as to whether they're fit and able, whether they could actually pull this off, whether it will be an ongoing operation and they will contribute to the public. They have no debt. They bought their equipment without debt. They bought it out of pocket. They own the machines outright, the two trucks they're going to be using. They don't have a payroll at this point. They're only going to be paid if any money rolls in. They have no debt to service. They've spent a few $1,000s to supply their trucks with what they need. They also, on cross-examination, they indicated that they're both of these young men are willing to take mortgages on their homes for a line of credit should they have to access debt, should the receipts and from the operations not support their operating expenses. It's a relatively conservative startup type operation, which is typically best for a startup type operation. The way it's done is to start small and then grow as you can, and that's exactly their plan. So I think they have they're reasonably fit, and they have a likelihood of success based on their conservative projections. Pardon me? Indulgence, please. In contrast, I find that any expectation that they could operate with just one truck on the road, with those two gentlemen operating it, that they could provide statewide service. And that's what I kind of set forth on the top of page 9 when you've read it or if you've already read that. So then we move on. We're already to issue number 4. These are the easy ones. Will the proposed service provide a useful public purpose responsive to a public demand or need? First of all, let's get the deceased language out of the way. That's a simple one. That was included in the application also with the request for statewide service, that they move deceased persons, when the testimony revealed they have no intention of moving deceased persons. So they're not requesting it. It's obviously not going to grant it. Likewise, on the testimony, Mr. Priskop said he really just intends to operate in the northern central counties, at least at the outset of their operations. He testified. Yes, sir.
Robert, just as, again, quick clarification, this is for medical transport, not for emergency.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir. And if I wasn't clear about that in the RD, that was in the testimony.
Yeah.
They're not seeking the emergency authorization. This is for inter-facility transport of patients, live patients. There was for lack of a better term, a big elephant in the corner of the room, which was hard to ignore, but and that was the Rocky Mountains situation, which was at that time, they weren't even suspended at the beginning of the hearing, but by the second day of the hearing, they were actually suspended. Keep in mind that Helios filed this way back in June before any of this Rocky Mountain cases had been proceeding before the currently pending ones were proceeding before the commission. So I don't think it was the precipitating event that Helios is seeking certification for. But the fact is, by the time we reached the hearing, especially the second day of the hearing, Rocky Mountain was at that time suspended. And it became clear through the testimony that Helios certainly hopes to pick up some of the work that was being handled by Rocky Mountain. In fact, in the rebuttal, they submitted a letter from Lillian Montoya, the CEO of Christus St. Vincent, and they had obtained that from another case. Actually, they obtained it through discovery and it was from another case, but they submitted it in this case. Ms. Montoya did not testify, and when I have, frankly, evidence which where the declarant is not subject to cross-examination, I give it only limited value. At least for the, hearsay is when the testimony is offered for the truth of the matter asserted. I did not give it strong weight for the truth of the matter asserted. I did, however, give it weight for an alternative purposes, and I might get into that a little bit later in my presentation here. Anyhow, I addressed the Rocky Mountain situation, which is through page 10 here in my RD. I hope you guys aren't trying to read it while I scroll through, and if so, I apologize. But I'm just telling you where this is located in the RD, if you need to refer back to it, if you're going to refer to it after this presentation. I'm going to move on to page 11 with your permission. And so anyhow, there's where I indicated that the wider territory is merely aspirational for an enterprise consisting of only 2 employees and 2 ambulances. I just felt that it was not realistic. And then on page 100 of the transcript, by the way, there's a site for you which is not listed there. Mr. Priskop actually indicates that it's his intent. That's Helios. Helios's intent to provide service in northern New Mexico, Rio Arriba, Los Alamos, and Los Alamos. And they actually mentioned San Miguel. I didn't find testimony concerning San Miguel other than that. On page 7, Mr. Prescott generally referred to people working for Christus St. Vincent without support. So I didn't find that type of language very persuasive, just that he had been advised by members of the nursing staff, essentially. Then he says that my personal experience is there's a long-standing need for additional service. Well, he's kind of a biased witness. That's an understatement. He's very biased witness. So I take it biased testimony with a grain of salt, if you will. He described working for Rocky Mountain and performing thousands of transports. So I believe he didn't work there since 2017, by the way. That was another testimony. But the fact that he's very familiar with the type of operations, and he did it locally, and he did it here in Santa Fe, he did know what he was talking about. So although his testimony is biased, I did find it credible. So I do find that it's credible that he recognized the need. Oh, there's the language right there, if you will. Helios is not seeking 9/11 authority except by mutual aid. Transcript page 104 if you need a cite.
Okay.
All right, moving along. Yeah, there's some reference to these very strange, well, strange to me, exhibits which were admitted. They were giving minimal weight, if any, and they were letters which weren't signed. They were letters which weren't dated, and I just didn't think they were worth, and there was no witness to cross-examine about the letters. I just didn't feel I accorded them appropriate minimal value, as I state right here. Next we move on. The Montoya thing, which I just mentioned. It's an affidavit. She's the CEO of CVS, of Christus St. Vincent, obviously important stature. She didn't appear, wasn't subject to cross-examination. Also, it was given minimal value for the purpose it was submitted. However, I used it for a different purpose. I found that each of the interveners' witnesses were frankly biased. I mean, this is not unusual. This is the nature. I mean, they're called as witnesses for each of the interveners, and the interveners have an objective. So, that doesn't mean they're lying, of course, but I adjust their testimony and what I draw from each of their testimony because they're biased. Interestingly, the witness for staff, Jason Montoya, I found him to be the least biased of all. If for no other reason, he doesn't have a pecuniary interest in the outcome. He doesn't own one of the companies. He doesn't own, for example, Superior. He doesn't own Rocky Mountain. He doesn't own Albuquerque, if you will. And he doesn't own anything. So, I give it a lot of weight to his testimony. I did find that his testimony was based upon, some of it was based upon a broad understanding he acquires working as staff at the PRC and the director of the transportation division. Of course, he does this kind of stuff every day, and he has his finger on the pulse of it. But it was, yes, sir.
Robert, again, this is Commissioner Fishman. I don't think we need all the detail about what made one witness credible or not. Again, just tell us who was credible and what the decision was, and we can move through this a little more quickly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Robert,
Yes,
I understand that this is probably the first RD that you are sharing with the commissioners. I feel, that you want to hit every point, but this is an ambulance case, and when we have an ambulance case, we get an RD. We have the opportunity to read about it the day that it is put on the draft agenda. So we have gone through the recommended decision already, and when it comes to the meeting, because we're in the middle of the legislative session, and we'd like to honor the work that you do. At the same time, I would like to see a summary of your RD. You know, there's many examples from General Counsel's office, and I like to see if we can, Mr. Chairman, if we can come to a closure and then allow General Counsel to do a summary if possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you know, that was very well put. And yeah, Robert, for the future, I believe this is the first time I have seen you present. You'll see that some of the other hearing examiners have kind of perfected the idea of doing a summary instead of going through the RD. I'm finding that the commission is, this commission is pretty darn good at actually reading the RDs. I've heard criticisms in the past that some have not, but generally you can rely on the fact that you're talking to a commissioner audience that's is pretty well up to date on it. So anyway, in the spirit of what Commissioner Vicente Aguilar said, if we can wrap this up pretty quickly, and then for the next time you present, you'll kind of have an experience under your belt about how to get a summary in front of us, knowing what we've already looked at.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. I certainly will do so. Let's let this go by. This is actually my second presentation to
okay.
It's my first to Commissioner Maestas, though.
Okay.
It's been a while. This is kind of the tip of the iceberg of the work I do at the commission, and you only see the tip of the iceberg.
Right.
I will try to move along as quickly as possible. It's been a long morning. It's going to be a long afternoon. Mr. Montoya, as I said, was very credible, and he testified that staff believes Helios will provide a useful public service responses to a public demand or need. He also found that they had satisfied the requirements set forth in the first of the two relevant statutes. So that was a very credible, very helpful testimony. Moving forward, much of the two-day hearing concerned the interveners' claim that there either was no need for another provider, and that was essentially, and I'm giving you a summary as best as I can without just going through the RD line by line. However, none of the interveners actually presented evidence as required by the statute in the form of an economic analysis. None of them presented the required type of evidence necessary that I could rely upon to find that there was an adverse impact or on the existing full service operation or an adverse or an impairment. So there, it simply wasn't there. Various ones presented various quality or quantities of evidence, but none of it was specific. And because of that, I didn't find that the interveners had adequately presented their cases. Now I'm generalizing just to move this forward as quickly as possible. You'll see the specifics in the RD itself. So there's the two big parts of the case: the substantial and adequate compliance of the law as required through the first statute, and then the statute which is applicable because of the intervention. Essentially, the essential elements necessary for the interveners to prevail were not adequately provided in the evidence which was admitted at the hearing. That's about as succinct as I can break it down. I'm welcome questions about much more detail, because that's not a lot of detail. I hope you'll get the detail from the RD and the transcript. If necessary, you could refer to the transcript. And so I stand questions.
Robert, again, speaking personally, I read the RD, and I think the RD did a very good job of identifying the issues and justifying your recommendation.
Thank you, sir.
So just so you know that. Commissioners, before we go to, is it Judy who wrote the order?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before we go to Judy, commissioners, do you have any questions for Robert?
I have no questions. I also read the RD and I thought it was very nicely written and very clear and concise. So I'm ready to go here, Judy, and move on.
Commissioner Maestas?
Yeah, no, I too read the RD, and I wanted to commend Robert on kind of listing the entire language of the statute instead of just referencing the number. For someone like me who's still learning, it helps immensely. So I really enjoyed that. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you for the opportunity. My pleasure.
Okay. If there are no further commissioner comments, Judy, do you want to present the order?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The proposed order would adopt the RD in its entirety, except it would make a slight tweak to the operating authority language, which gave operating authority to Helios in 4 counties: Santa Fe, Taos, Rio Arriba, and Los Alamos. And it used the word between, but as Helios stated in its exceptions to the RD, there is testimony in the record that often the transports are not just between northern counties.
Whoops, we're getting some background noise here. Please use your mute, folks.
That was me, sorry.
There's testimony in the record that shows that often transports are not just between the 4 northern counties. They either originate in Santa Fe and go to Albuquerque, or originate in Espanola and go to Albuquerque, or originate in Taos, go to Albuquerque, or they may originate in Albuquerque and go to any of the 4 northern counties. There are transports that do happen between the 4 northern counties, but Helios requested that the commission insert the language to and from as being broader than the words between. So that would be the only modification to the RD. I do need to let you know that every single party in this case, including Helios, filed exceptions to the RD. And Helios's exceptions centered around the fact that it requested statewide authority, and it would be, they didn't seem to mind the fact that they got, I mean, I don't know exactly how to say it. They prefer statewide authority over the 4 counties, but I guess they seem to say that they would take the 4 counties. At this point, I would like to tell the commission that at any point in time, Helios is not precluded from filing amendments to their authority. So regarding Albuquerque ambulances exceptions, Rocky Mountain EMSs, or also known as Running Bears exceptions, Superior's exceptions, and AMR's exceptions, they all seem to center around the fact that they believe that Helios is not financially or otherwise fit or able to provide statewide service because there's only 2 employees who cannot work 24 hours a day, 365 a year. They also, these exceptions seem to focus in a lot on the fact that Helios did not originally file the $1.5 million insurance company, although I agree with the RD that they're not going to operate until they file the 1.5 million, and then they'll have fixed that deficit. And in particular, AMR said that Helios is neither fit nor able because Helios's principals worked at Running Bear or Rocky Mountain. And that they also worked there at a time when Rocky Mountain or Running Bear had repeated violations. And they also worked there at a time, and they also repeat that they are a startup ambulance service with 2 secondhand vehicles, issues of cash flow, debt, expenses, and that's cause for concern. They also accept to Helios's use of unverified letters from nurses, and that they presented a letter from Ms. Lillian Montoya, CEO of Christus. That wasn't a filed affidavit, and it was, as Bob Lennon told you, it was procured by discovery in another case, so it wasn't even her letter in this case. And lastly, that Helios has no backup plan for equipment breakdown, illness, or injury. Rocky Mountain, I would like to point out that Rocky Mountain's exceptions were not presented in the form required by the rule. In addition, some of the other acceptors also did not follow the procedural rule. When you file exceptions, you're supposed to cite to the section and use supporting language from the record, and the acceptors generally did not do that. In fact, Rocky Mountain's exceptions were just numbered points. That being said, I will only add some new material that Rocky Mountain made, which is the RD does not justify the designation of Los Alamos, Rio Arriba, and Taos counties. He said there's no reference of public need in those counties, and there's no findings of the impact on other services in those 3 counties. They believe the RD granted too much deference to Helios regarding the workers' compensation coverage and the financial responsibility issue that I talked to you about already. Rocky Mountain feels that the RD erred in giving weight to testimony by Mr. Jason Montoya for staff, and that the RD erred by concluding that competitors' testimony was self-serving or biased. And Rocky Mountain argues that competition is not to be considered in the statutory scheme. And lastly, I would like to point out that Superior's exceptions were just an adoption of AMR's, AAS's, and Rocky Mountain's proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. And Superior urged the commission to read the transcript of the hearing, and Superior requested to make oral argument at this open meeting, which was subsequently denied by single signature order because parties to a case are not allowed to make comment at an open meeting unless it was noticed as a public hearing, which it was not. And however, based upon everything that you've heard from Bob and myself, I recommend adopting the RD in its entirety for the reasons stated in Helios exceptions and the responses exceptions and the reasons stated in the RD, with that one modification of to and from instead of the word between.
Mr. Chair, you're muted. I can't hear you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we can't hear you. You are on mute.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll never get that.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to move the order.
sure, go ahead. We have a second?
Second.
Mike, please take the
Well,
roll.
Mr. Chair, comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Byrd.
Okay, thank you. I've said this before and I'll say it again every time I get a chance. I don't like certificates based on an area for ambulance services. I've heard all the reasons why, and I still don't agree that that's justifiable. And just because a company isn't big enough, to me, isn't good enough reason. We're already limiting where they're going to house their or station their ambulances. So it doesn't make sense for somebody in Carlsbad to call an ambulance out of Santa Fe unless there's nobody else available. And then statewide service would ease a lot of the confusion we run into later and the potential for ambulance services getting into problems with their competitors, quote unquote, because they went into my region to get somebody who needed to be transported just because I couldn't serve it. That's a ridiculous argument. If you can't serve it, you can't serve it. If you're the closest available ambulance, then you get the job. And if you're not doing an adequate service and hospitals are calling other ambulance services outside of that district because they're more reliable, then that's something that every company needs to look at in their own, on their own issues, figure out why they're not getting those calls and get themselves more reliable, whatever the issue is. I don't like regional certificates for ambulances. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. Mike?
Commissioner Baseni Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner,
Before we go to the next item, just two quick comments. Judy, on the order, it would be great if we could do as Commissioner Maestas suggests, and in the future post the order when you're discussing it as well. I know that takes a little bit of training, but it would be helpful. And just a second comment, Commissioner Byrd, I think the issue you raise is one we should be considering down the road, because I think you raised some really valid points. And with that, let's move on to next item. And
Mr. Chair,
yes,
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
can
Byrd.
Mike finish that for the record?
Pardon?
Finish the vote count tally for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you guys for keeping me on track.
Commissioners, I was going to recite that the proposed order regarding the recommended decision is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Sorry to cut
Thank
you
you,
off
Mr.
there,
Chair.
Mike. So let's go on to, let's see if we can finish off these items for decision items before, and then maybe take a break after that before we get to legislation. So Michael, we're on to PNM's electric integrated resource plan for 2020 to 2040. Take it away.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we left this the last open meeting to come back so that the commission could consider which manner it was choosing to proceed, there was a suggestion that the case should be, rather than just assigning the facilitation of access to computer modeling to the hearing examiner, that several commissioners proposed that we would assign it to the staff role in issuing a recommendation under the IRP to a hearing examiner. And there was a counter motion, or rather a counter proposal with alternative language from Commissioner Maestas. Since that last meeting, PNM has filed 2 pleadings in this case late on Monday. Those are a verified notice of availability of resource modeling software and a motion for entry of protective order to produce confidential 2020 IRP modeling inputs database. So the operative motion, or rather the operative filing, is the verified notice. The motion of entry for protective order goes along in conjunction with that. The verified notice states that PNM will provide each stakeholder that it executes a confidentiality agreement the complete 2020 integrated resource plan modeling input and databases. It provides 3 options essentially. It states that in the event that the commission orders PNM to provide stakeholders with modeling access at customers' expense, PNM has the ability to make available to stakeholders, subject to entering into confidentiality agreements, access to PNM hosted virtual machines with the Encompass and ServM software installed, including the databases. PNM indicates that the virtual machines would be hosted by PNM on a URL web-based Citrix remote desktop protocol, which is something I can't explain. Each stakeholder will be able to access a dedicated virtual machine through a unique login ID and password. The cost to PNM of software licenses to provide access to the virtual machines is assessed on a per user basis. PNM will provide a single user, excuse me, I lost my place. PNM will provide a single virtual machine and login credentials for each stakeholder or stakeholder group upon request, subject to the filing of a confidentiality agreement. With the dedicated virtual machine and login credentials, each stakeholder will be able to create, modify, and make changes to databases unique to their virtual machine, as well as run alternate scenarios based on changes made to the databases. No other party will be able to see their data modifications or scenarios. To familiarize stakeholders with the virtual machines, PNM will hold a technical workshop to provide an overview of the Citrix remote desktop protocol. Alternatively, PNM indicates that it has also negotiated short-term license fees with vendors of the 2 pieces of software PNM used to develop the 2020 IRP, the Encompass and ServM software, and provides that stakeholders who wish to install the software on their own machines, those stakeholders may purchase at their own expense licenses for either piece of software for $2,500 per license for 1 month, $5,000 total for both pieces of software. Finally, PNM indicates that stakeholders who do not wish to perform their own modeling will be able to review the inputs contained in the databases using Excel software. PNM indicates also that it does not propose to perform modeling runs for stakeholders in this proceeding because it asserts that doing so would be inconsistent with the public advisory process and the purpose of the review and comment procedures in the IRP rule. At this point, none of the joint movements or respondents have had an opportunity to respond to PNM's proposed basis for providing access to the modeling software. And they should have that opportunity, obviously, before the commission is called upon to make any decision that would require a substantive ruling on that issue, on that matter. Therefore, I think my assessment and recommendation remains that the matter would be assigned to the hearing examiner to conduct or facilitate the process of trying to provide access to the software in the same manner that it was done in the last case, the 19195 case, and issue orders that would permit that access to take place. At this point, I think I would turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Commissioners, any comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Commissioner Mastis.
As many of you recall, I made maybe an impassioned argument to clarify what our staff should do in the form of a technical review of this IRP. And I'm okay with the order. We've kind of come, maybe not full circle, but this has gone through quite an evolution in terms of finding a way forward to address this issue. But I am still of the opinion that our staff has got to confront the issue of perhaps not having all the technical capabilities and even resources to do a review at a minimum, to simply test the assumptions and model inputs and attempt to replicate, P&M's modeling analysis, just to confirm the conclusions that are detailed in the IRP. And I know that staff have filed, that request, and that they asked for a discussion in an open meeting. And so I am initiating this discussion in this particular open meeting. And I'm wondering if whatever the consensus is of the commission, if it needs to be articulated in this order in the form of an amendment. But what I see, and I thank P&M for offering different kinds of options for purchasing modeling licenses and inviting stakeholders to conduct their own runs, and also offering a P&M hosted virtual machine. And I see the virtual machine option as perhaps the option that would require the least amount of time and resources. And I'm interested in knowing whether our staff can take advantage of that option to try and at a minimum, again, simply affirm as to the reasonableness and feasibility of the model inputs and assumptions, and even attempt to, again, replicate the modeling run and verify what's in the IRP. So, and I assume that utility division falls under the category of stakeholders in terms of the offer that P&M has made. And so Mr. Chair, I'd like to see some language in the order, but I don't want to ask staff to do something that they are unable to do. And since we have are willing to grant a variance on all the time requirements, time may not be an issue. So perhaps it could come down to, the expertise needed to take up P&M's offer on using a virtual machine. So that's, I think, one of the things I'd like to see in this order. But again, it's completely, up to the commission in terms of the consensus. So you've heard what my recommendation is. I think at some point we need to start planning on increasing the technical proficiency of the utility division. And given the fact that these models were used back in 2019, so it's it's 2 years running, and every time that we're faced with this issue, it's a question of technical expertise and budget. And so I'm not comfortable continuing to perpetuate that excuse for our staff relying on interveners and these movements to do the analysis that perhaps they should do.
So Commissioner, may I ask this, with your permission, maybe we should just quick ask John Reynolds and Jason how they'd like to address this. I think the order covers staff as advocates and as parties to the case, if you will, as being able to do that analysis. It feels to me like the real question is, do we want to specify as a commission, and do you want to specify that we want them to prioritize doing that analysis for this particular docket? Is that, am I capturing you correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, so Jason and John, do you have any input to give us to help us with this decision?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I'm going to give the floor to John first, and then I can respond to any budgetary questions, I guess is where I would probably come into play, right? So.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to interrupt. In terms of, normally I would say that this would be a conversation we shouldn't be having, but under the rule that establishes this procedure, staff, I think staff's role should not be viewed so much as a party in this proceeding as much as to remember that this is a compliance matter under the rule at this point. And staff has a different role than the commenters, who we're also referring to as stakeholders in this sense. So I think staff can provide a limited response as to its technical capabilities.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, pardon me, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, as we stated before, I think as we tried to convey, we don't have the technical ability to do this with our existing staff. I mean, this is something that we'd like to develop over the long term, and but it would require us to engage the services of a resource modeling engineer on contract with the commission for us to do this. I think in the time frame that we're likely to face, I mean, up to the commission as far as the time frame is concerned. But that's where we are, and there are implications to the budget and so forth that Jason can address. And Mr. Solomon can, I welcome his comments as well as to our the technical side of things.
And Mr. Chair, I guess before we hear the rest of kind of the explanation from staff, I'd like them to address in general the basis in which they plan to make a recommendation to us whether or not to accept the IRP or ask the P&M refile. If they intend to rely on analyses from the stakeholders, or if they're simply satisfied with accepting the model assumptions and inputs without a verification of the model runs and the results in the IRP. So I'd like to get a flavor for kind of the basis under which, as a compliance filing, under which they plan to make a recommendation, or at least the basis for such a recommendation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Maestas, my understanding of staff's role in this process, which is the submission of an IRP, and Mr. Solomon can follow up, is that staff would review the IRP, the comments that are filed by the stakeholders, and make a determination as to whether the IRP is compliant with the IRP rule. whether the next step, whether there's a further step that requires staff to replicate and confirm the modeling and the PNM's interpretation of the results of that process. I mean, it's not clear. I don't believe that's clear to us that would be called for by the IRP rule. So I welcome any further comments from Mr. Solomon on that, because I haven't reviewed the IRP rule in a bit.
And Mr. Chairman, I state that because there is a provision in the rule that grants the commission, the authority to request any kind of investigation, whatever form or scope that may take. And I think we're invoking this departure from the rule under that part of the rule that authorizes us to ask for any special investigation. So I think the rule provides for what I'm asking for. So if you could, Raj.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, commissioners?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we filed a response, which is, I believe, pretty self-explanatory. We've struggled with this staffing issue for about 2.5 years. It's either a question of finding an electrical engineer who needs to do the modeling at a salary of about $160,000. I've previously testified before the commission, or finding an outside consultant on a case-by-case basis, and I have given the cost to you. As far as Commissioner Maestas is referring to requiring some kind of an investigation of the modeling submitted by PNM, that could be a third option, and the commission could hire an outside consultant, and in some form, if the PNM or the utility will pay for it and get the modeling done and have that consultant report directly to the commission, but come back to them with their recommendation as to whether or not the modeling is appropriately done, and if there are any deficiencies or if any changes need to be made, and if there's any additional runs to be conducted, then to make that recommendation directly to the commission. And that would be my recommendation on the investigation matter that Commissioner Maestas is talking about. That would be a third option. But at this time, staff is unable to conduct the modeling, even if we were allowed that Citrix hosted solution as PNM has filed. We would be unable to, we do not have the expertise to conduct the modeling in-house. So we will have to, if you want us to do it, we will have to engage an outside consultant, for which we would need the amount that I had specified in my response. And if we want us to do it, then we will have to look at the budget, and Jason will have to find some money for us to engage a consultant here very quickly.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
If I'm not gonna, it's not my intent to beat a dead horse, but there was some discussion in the recent filing from staff that they had looked into, signing an MOU with, I believe, New Mexico Tech to perform such a function, which I think is more realistic than having such a specialized in-house employee. And I really think the time has come for us to come up with an appropriate plan where the utility division can respond to perhaps less complex technical reviews using in-house staff, and be able to have a toolbox like an MOU to ask New Mexico Tech to do a modeling run. And I understand that the IRP is a planning tool, but the 19-195 case was obviously much more substantial, and the situation still persisted or existed back then. And I just would hate for us to allow the status quo to continue, and then we we get a replacement power resources case and a modeling question, and we are in the same boat. I haven't heard yet if staff will use any of the information or findings, if there's any obligation on the part of the movements to provide any kind of evidence or findings regarding their own modeling runs that we're granting by this very order, or is that simply just going to be used for their own purposes? I'm trying to find out, where this is going to go. I understand that the movements recognize that perhaps we don't have the expertise internally, and they want to do this on behalf of the public and other stakeholders. I get that, but how can the staff benefit from that and potentially use it as a basis to make a recommendation to the commission regarding the IRP?
Chairman Fishman, Commissioner Myers, in 195 case, I spent about 2 years before the 195 case preparing to get to the point of an MOU with New Mexico Tech. And at the 11th hour, our previous chief of staff refused to do an MOU with any agency, not just New Mexico Tech. And he never gave a rationale for why, but that kind of led to the end of my efforts. And as I've explained, I didn't put it down that bluntly, but I'm just telling you candidly that that's what happened. I did spend a lot of time, and I can revise that relationship, try to rebuild that and try and get something going so we can have something on a permanent basis instead of engaging a consultant each time. Because if this issue is going to come up in the PNM IRP, well, certainly you would want the modeling conducted for EPE and SPS as well. So this is not something that's a one-time thing. Now, speaking of 195, PNM did offer to conduct modeling for staff. We felt, because of the limited time and that short compressed time frames for those cases, we thought PNM had done enough modeling runs, and that with Sierra Club and CCAE and Western Research Advocates and other.
Raj, can you speak up a little louder, please, or get closer to the, if you just get closer to your camera, that might help, or closer to your, wherever your microphone is.
So in the 195 case, replacement resources cases, staff felt because there were so many different modeling scenarios being conducted by not just PNM, but also the other interveners, we felt that the entire gamut of scenarios, hypothetical and reasonable scenarios, had been covered. So we didn't ask for any other modeling either from PNM, but PNM did offer to conduct the modeling for us, and we accepted PNM's modeling in good faith. There was no reason for us to suspect that there was any wrongdoing or any manipulation or anything of that kind. So that was the situation with 195. But going forward, and that's why I have stated in our response and staff's response is the commission just direct us as to what you want us to do. If you want me to re-engage with New Mexico Tech and try to get a software for no cost from some software provider, then we can start with that process. But New Mexico Tech wants something in return. They want us to hire a couple of their students part-time, 1 or 2 students, and so they want something in return too. So there is a financial impact there. So it's a question of budget, regardless of which path we take. Now, this third option in which the commission conducts the investigation each time, that may be another option in which you have the discretionary authority in the rule to conduct an investigation, and under that, you can engage an outside consultant of your choice And I can certainly look and make some recommendations. I can make 3 or 4 recommendations as to which consultants would not have a conflict and would be qualified, and recommend them to you. And you can engage you can pick one from that list and have them conduct the modeling and report directly to you. That is always an option.
Mr. Chair, my last question is, I just want a confirmation. I actually thought, the option of not having to buy a license or possess the models. I thought the option of simply running the model on a PNM hosted machine, virtual machine, with their data set. Can we do that? Even with the offer of, I think PNM offered a workshop on how to use the virtual machine. Is that something that utility division cannot do?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, that is correct. We cannot do that because we don't have the expertise.
Say that again, Raj. I couldn't hear what you said.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Maestas, we cannot do that because we do not have the expertise in-house.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chair, that's all I had, but I think that we definitely need to come up with a reasonable, diverse, technical proficiency plan. And I am not faulting our division, our staff. I know they work extremely hard. We are hard at work trying to ask for more budget, for additional expertise. And so that's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is we need to stay focused on this and not allow this to happen again. I think in the intervening time when we're faced with this same situation, hopefully we'll have, again, a technical proficiency plan that we can employ within our budget constraints and kind of reduce the reliance, as you always say, Mr. Chair, on interveners, and in this case, movements, to conduct the analysis that we should potentially have the capability to do. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you very much. I would like our general counsel to weigh in. Prior to the discussion between a commissioner and the staff from Utility Division, he recommended that we should not be having this discussion. Can he clarify exactly where he was going with that, and how do we overcome the situation?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, actually what I said was that in a normal litigated case, normally staff has a role akin to the other parties in a case. This is a compliance matter in which staff acts essentially as an enforcement or a compliance arm of the commission, and under the way the rule is written, the submissions that are proposed in the rule from what in these pleadings have been described as stakeholders are actually public comment, and it is not evidence the way evidence is introduced in an adjudicated case, and that's consistent with our procedural rules, which state that the comments of public commenters are not evidence. Because the purpose of this is only for compliance, and the questions that Commissioner Maestas was posing relate to staff's ability to perform its job, as opposed to requesting information, or opinion on the merits of PNM's application. That's not a forbidden ex parte communication in this circumstance. So actually, I was saying that he could ask these questions.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
I might have been something I saw in something Michael wrote recently, but isn't it possible after various commenters have been able to conduct these modeling exercises and get their results, and those results are all shared, I guess, and in any case, commenters are able to then make their comments concerning whether or not PNM has come into compliance with the rule insofar as it's identified what it considers to be the most feasible, cost-effective option. Isn't it possible that then thereafter, when the time comes following the IRP process, when we get into a CCN case, those results of those models can then be used as evidence in a case, in a contested case? That's a question for Mike.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's not an answer I would be prepared to give, nor do I think would be appropriate to give, to provide some sort of advisory opinion about whether specific modeling information or runs or thing, could be introduced in a subsequent proceeding. At this point, in light of Commission precedent, there's a continuing obligation for the utility to reassess its modeling and other analysis in light of changed market conditions and other matters. So I'm not sure, just off the top of my head, I'm not sure that there would be necessarily a use for that data several years from now or a year from now.
Well, I understand, and it's fine if you don't feel you're in a position to answer that question at this point. I guess, but the point I'm getting at is it's unexpected, I guess, in our IRP process right now, but it feels to me as if in order for the commission to determine whether or not PNM has complied with what's really a process requirement, we have to permit a process where we're actually kind of reaching into substantive conclusions that would impinge on a procurement later on. So I'm only mentioning it because it's there. I think the process that's delineated for now in the proposed order is maybe the best we can do at this point. And in the past, when we have attempted to just treat IRPs as purely a process to be complied with, just a plan and not a substantive rights determining process. Sometimes we haven't even accepted the plan. They just didn't accept it. And that's not a good solution either. But I think we have to arrive at some sort of compromise process right now until we can complete changing this rule. And as I mentioned before, we're working on trying to devise another proposed IRP rule that would combine the elements of the creation of the plan itself with procurement plans, kind of a hybrid type rule. But that's in the future. That will be hopefully soon in the future, but it's not now. And from listening to Raj's comments today, all I can say is I respect staff's position and their candor in saying they just don't have the expertise. And he also answered a question in my mind from having read their testimony, their comments to the effect that the process wasn't going to work out with New Mexico Tech, and I understand why now. And New Mexico Tech. So I think we're in a hard place right now, and I think the best we can do is what's proposed in the proposed order for the moment. But I completely agree with Commissioner Maestas's position. We need to be able to have a staff that can manage these new modeling technologies and so forth. And if we don't have the expertise on staff, we need to get it some other way. We have to hire a contractor, fine. But I'm not sure that's the right solution for this particular moment. I think what we should do is at least see what happens with the use of the hearing examiner and staff's ability to rely on other modeling runs that have been conducted so far, or not so far, that will have been conducted following a hearing examiner process. But I think having staff that really has this set of skills is definitely budget-based. And we just have to, I think, keep slugging away at that or finding temporary options maybe from other institutions that are more flexible. So if there's other discussion, that's fine, but I would like to move this order for today.
I'll second.
Any other discussion from commissioners at this point?
Mr. Chairman, I did have a minor amendment that I sent to Mike. I think at the bottom of page 2 of the order, there's a statement that says that the utility division takes no position of the motion as filed, and I believe they did in their filing. And I sent some language, but Mike, you had a correction to my correction.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yeah, actually the proposed revision that you sent over to me, this is not a substantive issue, but it was a change to the language in a quote from the joint motion. So obviously I can't change the language in a quote to something different. I think what you wanted to provide was that staff had proposed had in the joint motion, it stated that the utility division staff takes no position on the motion as filed. And then subsequently they did make a filing. And so you had asked me to note that staff recommended an alternative approach in an attempt to address joint movements concerns. I can just move that down a line to where I recite the fact that there were responses filed by staff, Interwest Energy Alliance, WRA, and Onward Energy Holdings.
Right, but you do acknowledge that staff explicitly did not agree with the movements. In their filing.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking. Yes, I can move that over.
Okay. So it's a friendly amendment. As he said, it's not substantive, but I just wanted to make sure that was corrected because staff did take a position on the movements on the motion as filed.
Oh, I see. What paragraph is that again?
That would be paragraph 7 And it's the paragraph where it just states that joint movements motion recites the positions of the following respondents. And then it's a quotation from the joint motion. And then after the quotation, it states that additional responses were filed by and discusses those.
I see it. Thank you.
That's all I had.
Are you comfortable with that, Commissioner Hall?
Yes, yes.
So I will then second the amendment.
Commissioners? This is Michael Smith.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to actually propose one change to the order, the way it's drafted right now, in light of the discussion that was just had with staff about the capabilities and PNM's filing, which I think is going to potentially result or create probably some more animated responses to that filing than I was anticipating. The order in paragraph 26 presides that the hearing, what we've been referring to as a hearing examiner, it describes them as a presiding officer, because I was envisioning this as being more of a facilitation process. And I think we may want to just call him a hearing examiner so that he has a little bit more authority to be able to issue orders to the parties and address issues that may come up. And that anything they did address would obviously have the ability to be addressed to the commission if the parties don't agree with the orders under our procedural rules. But I think that heads off some possible confusion that may come up when the parties file their responses to what PNM is proposing.
I think I'm comfortable with that. I think what you're suggesting, let me repeat it just to be sure I understood it, was that this would give the hearing examiner's decisions more authority instead of them being just suggestions. Is that kind of the gist of it?
Correct. I mean, originally when we had talked about this last week, I was proposing it as a hearing examiner. And then I had thought that, well, we don't need to put a hearing examiner in that position for the purposes of what we're proposing here. But I think we probably do need to give them a little more authority to make try and resolve these potential disagreements. And if there are disagreements with what he's proposing they do, then it would come back to, they have the ability to bring it back to the commission anyway.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is Commissioner Maestas has an amendment. Let's vote on that first. And then Mike, let's get to what you just talked about. So it's clear one at a time. I will second Commissioner Maestas's motion for his amendment, if we haven't already seconded it. Mike, I'd like to just quick take a vote on that. Get that out of the way.
Okay. Commissioner Byrd?
Aye.
Commissioner Hall?
Aye.
Commissioner Bisseni Aguilar?
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas?
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman?
Aye. And now, Mike, we have your amendment. Any discussion from commissioners?
Just a question, Mike. I know you started off calling the hearing examiner by their title, hearing examiner, but I thought based on a discussion, and I don't even know if I can talk about this, but based on your discussion with Ashley, that Ashley felt like this kind of proceeding is not a hearing as we know it. And that's why I thought he talked you into, designating the hearing examiner as a presiding officer. So is this a a hearing in the traditional sense, or is it not?
Well, actually what it is this order still proposes to only assign the hearing examiner for limited purpose, which is to conduct a scheduling conference and issue orders, including the need for protective orders to establish access to the modeling data and software. So if there are other substantive disputes, that the parties have, those would still come to the commission. But this would allow them to issue protective orders and things of that nature.
All right, thank you.
Any other commissioner discussion on this? So I will move Mike's proposed amendment. Do we have a second?
Second. Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, and Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Okay, given that, I've lost track now. Did somebody move the order?
I did.
You did? Did we have a
Yes.
second?
Jeff Byrd.
Oh, Jeff, we had a second. Okay, then Mike, let's take the roll on that.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. And
I think I missed
Wait.
Commissioner.
Wait.
Did I get?
Wait.
Commissioner
No, you
Vicente?
didn't.
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
I think that's all five.
Yes.
sorry, Commissioner. Go ahead, Mike. Finish.
So the vote is 5-0 to adopt the order.
Thank you. Just one final comment on this is there was a request for information which PNM did as part of its IRP process. And actually, it was a terrific idea for them to do that. So thank you to PNM for doing that. But I want to be sure that the hearing examiner chosen and everyone else understands that the other participants in the IRP should have full access to those, to that request for information, what it was and what the responses were. I think that's really important to be able to understand the modeling inputs. So with that comment, I think we should take a break for an hour. And then, well, there's a couple ways we can do this. So I'll ask a question. Do commissioners want to review legislation today?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Chair.
Vicente Aguilar.
I think we should cover the legislative bills today because we don't necessarily interact with legislative council on bills. There's some bills that are going to be heard tomorrow. There's a template that was circulated amongst the commissioners. We need to discuss that. So we need to help our staff members. And I also want to thank Michael Smith with the previous case that we voted on. He went through a number of paths. He wanted to make sure it was in the best interest of the public, and it's not an easy case. And what he has displayed to us is this is the best possible way. So I just want to let him know thank you for working on that. It was very difficult. So Mr. Chair, going back to your break time, we need to be there for our staff when it comes to legislative bills. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm hearing that as a yes. Commissioner Hall.
Well, I wanted to ask, because the way you asked that question made me wonder whether you remembered we have another case on the agenda.
Oh, I do, but I
Oh.
think we're ready for a break. I just want
I don't
to,
disagree.
yeah.
But what I wanted to ask about covering legislation is, my understanding from last week was that we were going to continue where we left off on the list
Correct.
from last week. We're not going to be covering the same ground again.
Correct.
And I did not make notes on my list where we left off, so I wondered where that was. And Isaac kindly told me the numbers of 4 new cases that we, not cases, bills, that we did not have on the list last time, but I think there may have been some, I believe there were some that we left undone from last time. Can anyone tell me what those are?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I plan on covering or at least revisiting 7 bills. For the most part, generally, they will be very brief in discussion unless the commission would like to engage in a more lengthy dialogue. And then there are 3 bills that are new to the agenda from last week. So
well,
a total of 7, 3 new, and 4 are basically going to just give a quick update to the commission.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Jason to give me the numbers of the 7 bills that were left over from last week, so I can indicate them to myself on this list.
So this is what I'd like to do, and let's take a break until it's 1:43. Let's take a break till 3 o'clock, and then we'll have 3 to 5 to go through the last item and go through the legislation. And while we're offline, perhaps Jason, you can give Commissioner Hall that list.
Unless anybody else wants it at the same time. If others don't want it, that's fine, but I'm asking that question for other people's benefit besides myself.
Okay.
Does anybody else want them? Those numbers?
He could just text me those numbers. That'll work great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Texting is great.
Okay. Terrific. Okay, with that, let's take a break until 3 o'clock and see you all then.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Hello, Jason, you there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Terrific. Mike, are you here?
I'm here.
Terrific. Just saw Joe. Cynthia?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
And Teresa? Oh, maybe not yet. Commissioner Byrd, you're always on time, right?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm here.
Terrific. I think Commissioner Byrd just blew his reputation.
On Purtle time.
Purtle time? Not quite sure what that means, but.
The daylight savings bill, Senator Purtle.
Oh, okay. Does Senator Purtle still have that huge beard?
No, he shaved.
Thank God.
Yeah, he looks
Don't tell him I
21 all
said
over
anything.
again.
Pardon?
He looks 21 all over again.
Hey, Mr. Chair, before we get started,
Yeah.
I had an appointment at 4. I've called. They said I can come in anytime after, but probably they close at 5. So sometime before 5, if we're still going and I disappear, that's why.
Okay. Are there any bills you want to hear up front?
No, I think we'll get through it. You know, that's an hour and a half away or more. So I think we're okay, but just wanted to let you know.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, folks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I think are we done with our open meeting, or we're still on one more item?
We've got another item, some quick communications, and then on to bills.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're officially back in session here, and we have item number 6 up on the agenda. Southwestern Public Service application for its transportation electrification plan. And Judy?
Hello, can you hear me, Commissioner?
Yeah, we can hear you, Judy. And
Hello?
Hello? We good?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. And I'm opening up my document right now.
Well, we were just about to kick off on 2150.
Yeah. So let me just open this up and yes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this matter comes before you today on the filing on February 18th, 2021 by Southwestern Public Service Company pursuant to our procedural rules 1.2.2.21 of a petition for a declaratory order and upon a motion to stay this proceeding filed concurrently. This is in the matter of SPS's application for approval of its 2021 through 2023 Transportation Electrification Plan, proposed plan writers and credit, and other relief. I won't summarize what specifically their application approves. It's in the order. I can do it if you'd like me to. However, it was filed on
July 21st, 2020. And on July 29th, 2020, the commission issued an initial order commencing a proceeding and suspending the advice notice 290 for an initial period of 9 months. In addition, the commission appointed Ashley Schanauer as hearing examiner to set a procedural schedule and issue a recommended decision and hold public hearings if necessary. There were several different procedural things that went on, including bench requests issued by the hearing examiner on January 22nd and January 25th of 2021. And I can go through what the bench requests requested if you'd like me to, but there were, I would say, at least 30 to 40 questions asked, and asking additional information about SPS's TEP, that's the acronym for Transportation Electric Plan, including SPS's proposal to assign TEP costs solely to residential and other secondary general service customers. There was a February 11th pre-hearing conference. And at that time, the hearing examiner issued an order requiring supplemental testimony, vacating the current procedural schedule, and discussing the fact that perhaps with further a new hearing date on June 2021, the hearing examiner also requested SPS to provide notice to industrial customer classes who had not previously been notified of their potential responsibility for TEP costs in order to afford them the opportunity to participate in the proceeding. And then on February 18th, as I stated, SPS filed this motion for declaratory order and requested positions of the parties that had intervened so far, and staff, the New Mexico Attorney General, WRA, CCAE, and ChargePoint all declined at the time of that SPS requested to state a position. I'll try to briefly summarize what the petition requests. SPS claims that there are matters of uncertainty that the commission should make a declaratory order concerning about the interpretation of the electrification vehicle statute, specifically whether it requires the commission to approve or disapprove a TEP, or does it confer authority on the commission to design, redesign, modify, or condition a TEP? And if the commission determines that it can redesign, modify, or condition a TEP, then SPS requests the commission's declaration regarding methods, standards of review, expectations of the contents of the application. And SPS's petition seeks guidance on which customer classes are subject to cost recovery, whether applications of all the New Mexico electric investor-owned utilities will be considered in combination with one another or separately, whether the commission will rely on outside consultants or any kind of third-party coordinator. And in sum, the petition proposes two alternative paths for the commission to consider. Alternative A, which is SPS maintains that the plain language of the EV statute places on the commission the responsibility to approve or reject the application in compliance with the statute's criteria. And SPS respectfully requests the commission reach the same conclusion and proceed to approve SPS's application. And would like including in that approval guidance as to programmatic or policy changes SPS could consider or make in its next application. Alternative B, suggested by SPS, is if the commission believes it cannot approve the application without coordinating with the other utilities or hiring third-party coordinators, or if the commission intends to direct rate design or customer class parameters, or if the commission cannot review SPS's application as it is, or then alternative B would be to summarily deny the application and initiate whatever multi-utility proceedings the commission thinks is necessary. And the proposed order in your packet would deny SPS's petition for declaratory order and would similarly deny the motion to stay because there would be no reason to do the motion to stay. As I stated at the beginning, 1.2.2.21 is the applicable commission rule. And it states in capital C, and I quote, upon the filing of a petition for a declaratory order, the commission shall decide whether it will, in its absolute discretion, entertain the petition in whole or in part. The proposed order would find that in its absolute discretion, the commission should deny the petition, and that following a hearing and issuance of a RD or a certification of stipulation by the hearing examiner, it should proceed expeditiously to review and issue a final order regarding SPS's application so that SPS may begin to implement its plan. The proposed order has 4 bases for the denial of the petition for declaratory order. First, there really is no uncertainty for the commission to resolve because the EV statute clearly states the criteria that the commission shall consider when looking at applications for approval in 62.812B. And there's 6 criteria, and I set them forth in the order, and I can read them to you if you would like, but I'll tell you the second reason that the proposed order rejects the petition for declaratory judgment is that it is also clear within the statute that the commission has authority to approve or not approve an application. And as part and parcel of this approval authority, the EV statute authorizes the commission to either modify a proposed TEP or request additional information, such as the bench requests that were issued by the hearing examiner and the request for supplemental testimony. Third reason for rejecting the petition is that the commission concurs with SPS that it should provide guidance on future applications to be filed by investor-owned electric utilities under the EV statute. And towards that end, the commission should commence a rulemaking to give guidance to all investor-owned electric utilities as to what policy objectives the commission wants to address in future TEP applications, including guidance on rate design and customer class parameters, and guidance on statewide plans to be developed in coordination with other investor-owned electric utilities. But at this time, the review and approval of an initial TEP for SPS should not wait for this further rule. The EV statute, the hearing examiner's bench requests, and the order requiring supplemental testimony all provide adequate notice right now to SPS and the other parties of what issues are going to be addressed in this case. And fourth and lastly, the proposed order concurs with SPS that the plain legislative intent is that the expansion of transportation electrification should not be delayed. And if the commission grants the proceeding on declaratory judgment, that would be time consuming and would most likely result in substantial unnecessary delay, since the commission would likely establish a schedule for briefing, and then there would be a declaratory judgment final order. All in all, the commission finds that the legislative intent would be best promoted by the commission's review and approval of SPS's currently proposed plan under the currently anticipated schedule, which will result in a timely implementation of SPS's initial TEP. And further development of issues and guidance can take place in the rulemaking discussed previously. And I stand for questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
Just a comment. I agree with the order and the rationale behind it. And I thank SPS for being the first out of the chute, with their TEP. We will develop a rule now. I never did consider trying to enact a rule that would apply to the first generation of TEPs. So, we see that SPS's was so far in advance of the other two IOUs. But I think it's sooner than later, because, the statute is silent in terms of its applicability only to IOUs. And I think that that's something that we've addressed, but at least I intend, as I've committed in the past, to take the lead on this effort. And I see the urgency in getting this done. And I think the many questions that were recently asked by the hearing examiner will be very illuminating in terms of how we structure the rule going forward. So I agree with the order. I think this is a prudent first step. Let's move forward, and we'll work it out as we go along. And I believe these are 2-year programs, and I think all the IOUs recognize the rapid evolution of technology, and it'd be potentially imprudent to go with a longer horizon for such a TEP. So not only is it first generation, the nature of electrification technology and the recognition that policymakers are paving the way to address a lot of the issues behind the intent of this legislation. So I agree with the order. I think it's a good initial step. Let's move forward, but we do need to get going on the rulemaking.
Other comments from commissioners? I'd like to move the order. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other comments from commissioners? Michael, take the roll.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall. Do we not have Commissioner Hall?
You're on mute.
Yes, aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the proposed order in case 20-00150 UT is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're on to communications with Chief of Staff. And on communications, let's see if we can keep it short so we're sure we have time for legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I'll be as short as possible. I did introduce the PIO earlier. She is likely going to be reaching out to you individually, kind of initiate a meet and greet, work with you, introduce herself. So be expecting a call or email to schedule that phone call. or meeting. And then also, we have the Bochum building lease ready, in my opinion, for signature. Now, the last resolution that we adopted, the commission adopted, shall I say, restricts the chief of staff as agency head of proceeding with any type of contract over $20,000. That's the threshold that we all agreed upon, if you recall, earlier in the year. And so I think Judy has been working with me, so I'll defer to Judy, but I would like to proceed with signing and committing to this lease agreement that would allow the landlord and contractors to proceed with the necessary tenant improvements, and also have a commencement date of April 1st, so we could also proceed with procuring a moving vendor. And then I can start putting a real schedule together on after the session, obviously, when we can move furniture and our belongings from a storage unit collecting spider webs and such, not into an actual office. So I know, I don't know exactly how we need the commission to approve or direct me to move forward with that. Judy, do you have a suggestion? I know you talked about maybe having to bring this back before the commission next week, but I'd like to see if it's possible to just get a verbal direction, unless it's an actual vote on behalf of the commission, then it would need to be noticed and on the agenda appropriately. So that's the big one for me.
Commissioners, yes, I've reviewed the lease, and I believe that a vote is necessary to either approve the lease or delegate the authority to sign the lease to Jason, since we are committing ourselves to a minimum of 3 months at, and the cost for the first 3 months is $71,388. And it's from what Jason just stated, he does not have that signature authority at this time. That being said, it was not noticed on the agenda for a vote. If you would like to vote on it today, we would then need to file a letter with the Attorney General describing the Open Meeting Act violation. Or we can wait till next week. But I do think that it would be worth me going over just some of the basic, very small basic terms before the commission approves the lease.
So Judy, was your thought then to do that now, or to notice it and do that next week?
I think the safest thing would be to notice it and do it next week. As I stated, Jason has been directed to do this as quickly as possible, and has requested that we not wait a week. And therefore I suggested the second way of proceeding would be for me to just summarize some of the basic terms now. You vote, you can delegate a signature approval to Jason, but then we would have to notify the Attorney General of the Open Meetings Act violation.
So my thought is why don't you give us a quick read of the key pieces of the lease? We can give a non-official reaction to Jason. And Jason, will that help you get some things underway before we take an official vote next week?
Yes, I believe so.
Why don't we do that? Because by the time we go to the Attorney General and do the letter, and who knows how quickly they respond and what they do, it seems to me it's a more sure path if we do it this way.
Okay, well, I'll quickly go through the terms. It's for what's known as the Bochum building, located at 142 Palace Avenue, Unit A in Santa Fe. The square footage is 15,488 square feet. We have exclusive right to use 20 parking spaces in a private lot at 22 Chappelle Street. There are two terms designated in this agreement. The early term would begin April 1st, 2021 and end June 30th, 2021. That's called the early term. The initial term is for 120 months, also known as 10 years, from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2031. Total rent for the early term is, as I stated, $71,388. Total rent for the early term is $2.8 million approximately. There's an option to renew after the initial 10 years for two successive 60-month terms, and renewals have increases in square footage and rent per square footage. The other terms are fairly standard regarding damage, alterations. The one change that we made was that if the required renovations are not completed by the lessor and signed off as acceptable by the lessee, meaning the PRC, prior to the date of commencement of the early term, meaning April 1st, 2021, then the date of the commencement of the early term or the initial term shall be postponed until the required renovations are completed and signed off as acceptable by the lessee. That's good because we don't want to start paying rent on April 1st if the renovations are not done to our satisfaction. And then the other term that we made changes to is the early termination paragraph. And that now reads that the lease may be terminated by the lessee, meaning the PRC, upon 90 days written notice to the lessor prior to the beginning of or at any time during the early term and the initial term, as defined, as I stated before, without penalty to the lessee upon the occurrence of one or more of the following events. A, the New Mexico legislature fails to grant sufficient authority and appropriations to the lessee to carry out the terms and conditions of the lease, including but not limited to insufficient appropriations to pay for the lease. Or B, the governor of New Mexico, pursuant to an executive order, or the New Mexico legislature enacts statutes that eliminates or transfers part of our functions, or eliminates or transfers part of our employees. In other words, if we get reduced in size but in any way. Or C, the state of New Mexico builds a new building or purchases an existing building, which new or existing building might include space for us. The lessee's decision as to whether one or more of the above events has occurred shall be final and binding. So those are the important terms that I see are important in this agreement. There's many other things that are are just regular GSD terms that are included. I'm just telling you the paragraphs that we specifically modified.
So commissioners, any thoughts, direction, sense of approval or disapproval you have to communicate to Jason?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
No, I think that we all received the lease after Judy's review, and I support the changes. I do strongly agree that we need to take official action in approving this because I think the public needs to know or be reminded of the plight of our staff in not having an office and the need to secure one, provided we have sufficient budget resources. So my only question is, I understand that we would be approving the lease, but does that approval also constitute our approval of the floor plan, which I would think is tied to the landlord improvements? That's all I had. Can someone answer that question on the
Jason?
floor plan?
Mr. Chairman and commissioners, I can't recall without, let me search the lease itself, but I do know that both the landlord and I have signed the floor plans with the existing and proposed conditions and have agreed to those being referenced as the tenant improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Other commissioners? Does anyone oppose the lease that's been put together and the conditions that have been put forward? Okay, I'll just, I'm fine with it, Jason. So to the extent that frees you up to put some things underway before we take an official vote next week, I'm good. Other commissioners, can you comment on that? Are you okay with Jason going forward?
I am.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, I am. Sorry.
I just wanted to mention, one more thing. I realize that, we may not exercise the early period if there isn't a mutual agreement on the improvements to the office space. But given the very specific nature of the grant that was provided to us, that's specific to this building, that has a specific amount, I think we should do everything we can to make sure that we do achieve agreement on the improvements prior to April 1st, because I would hate to revert any part of that grant because that didn't happen. So I'm very sensitive, again, to fully obligating that DFA grant for its intended purpose.
So Commissioner Maestas, do you have particular changes that you wanted to make to the plan that's in place now?
No, I looked it over. I provided my comments to Jason and he explained the rationale for the layout. We still have some issues, with securing additional parking. And I believe we can possibly do that, in working with the city of Santa Fe to secure some additional spaces. But if I can get a confirmation that we will, assuming that we do achieve agreement on the improvements to that office space, that we will fully obligate the DFA grant. And I since that prorated rent is only $71K, which is less than half of the DFA specific grant, am I to assume that the remainder of the grant will be used for moving expenses?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, if I may try to answer that question, we have been in contact with DFA. They will not release any of the grant funding until a signed lease is in place. So shortly after next week sometime. They are going to release 3 months worth of the lease. So we basically forfeit the first 3 months, in my opinion. However, I am excited to announce that the LFC recommendation that actually got approved on the floor today, House Bill 2, also included $145.1 thousand of supplemental funding for moving expenses. That can be spent this fiscal year and next fiscal year.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you.
Sir.
Thanks, Jason. Any other commissioner comments before we move on?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
no, I just wanted to state that I do concur with Commissioner Maestas on making sure we're satisfied with all the terms and making sure that we can, get the exactitude we need concerning the layout and all the other provisions, such as parking. I was just glancing over the parking again, and according to the lease, there's going to be 38 parking spaces, and I think it's a good idea to try to secure some more in the parking structure. I think that's what you're talking about, Commissioner Maestas. And, I think I saw a floor plan once in my email, but it hasn't been explained to me. So I wonder if we shouldn't, schedule a short session at some point soon to kind of understand what the floor plan is and, where everybody is going to be and that sort of thing. I'd be interested to know that. If we're at the point of signing the lease and we need to make sure we're satisfied with all the changes that have been made, that we wanted made in the layout, we probably ought to look at a picture or something. And I saw a plat, but I haven't had any discussions with anybody about it. And I don't know when those are going on. And I'd just be interested to be informed about it before we go ahead and sign.
So Jason.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, if I may, Commissioner Hall, I'd be happy to give you a call before next week and go over the floor plans. I have distributed those, and I thought I explained the task force and what we did to come up with the number of people that were returning, how many offices, how many number of people per division, et cetera. But I'll be happy to revisit that floor plan with you offline.
Sure, that's helpful. But I think I'm hearing Commissioner Maestas say not all of his concerns are addressed yet. Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah, with regard to certainly the parking, and I don't want to get into the weeds, but Jonas and I did a detailed review. We even looked at cost per square foot of GSA secured properties. We looked at square footage for employees per GSA relative to what we're proposing. So yeah, we did a very thorough evaluation of the floor plan, and Jason answered all the questions with the exception of the parking situation. I think we're really going to have to work on that, but I think the city has the capacity to maybe grant us some additional parking spaces. And obviously, when we host hearings, we're going to need a block of parking. It's not going to be something we're going to require every day for employees, but certainly when we have larger gatherings, God willing, that we're going to need some temporary passes as well. So my initial concern right now is primarily with parking.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we have already agreed that we will need to procure at least an additional 20 parkings, and it's either going to be through the city or through a private vendor there local to the Boca building within walking distance. We also will have to set up some type of valet program for visitors.
So even that, Mr. Chair, that would be 48 parking spaces, but, and it's not all that common that we get a really large attended meeting, but if there's a hearing going on, there's easily 25, 30 people just in the hearing room alone. So I guess parking is going to be an issue.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm starting to work on that as well simultaneously. So I know it's independent of this lease, but the additional 20 gives me 58 rather than 48. And then, like I said, we'll have valet. If we need 30 or 40 additional parkings, we can just negotiate that with the city or the private vendor, whoever we decide to go with. Obviously, we'll be working towards obtaining the best price.
Does that mean then, Mr. Chair, that the valet would be parking cars in that city structure for people are coming to the Boca building? Is that what that refers to when you say valet?
Yeah, valet parking is for somebody that's visiting the staff or a commissioner or participating in the hearing for a short period of time.
They'd be parking in that public structure, correct?
Yes, that would be our recommendation due to its location in relation to the Boca building.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm guessing for everybody's understanding, the parking structure that you're referring to is due west between the Boca building and El Dorado Hotel.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, any other comments on the Boca building?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Byrd.
Who's the committee to determine walking distance? Me and Jack Sidler, or Commissioner Maestas and Commissioner Fishman?
Obviously the latter. And, you know, we're looking out for your fitness. What can we say?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
That question wasn't directed at me, Mr. Chairman, but I have one more item I'd like to cover.
Sure.
I just wanted to announce that I'm going to need some cover for next week's open meeting on March 3rd, at least for the morning portion. I do have a funeral. We've had a family member pass, and so it's scheduled for Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. I will be attending that, and so just wanted to make that announcement now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, communications with general counsel.
Commissioners, I was actually going to read the unabridged dictionary from page 1, but
Communications with
thanks,
commissioners.
Mike.
I'll put that off until another meeting. That's it.
Communications with commissioners.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Mike did the right thing. He wore us out with that IRP case. So I just have a few comments. I wanted to enthusiastically thank P&M for extending the availability of their COVID fund, their P&M shareholders COVID fund. If you recall, when we enacted the order on utility disconnection moratorium, we suggested politely that they do that, and they did that. So I thank them. Also, you know, we established a procedure or a process to have all packet materials done by Friday. But what I think that this is doing, Mr. Chair and my other colleagues, is that we're going to have to, I think, establish a deadline for draft orders and memos. I suggest that it be close of business on Wednesday to give the commission at least 48 hours to review and comment and provide time for the incorporation of any of their comments. I realize, you know, it's tough, but I think that I find myself thinking that I'm really hustling and doing my diligence by working on Thursday, and the order is already drafted. And so, Mr. Chair, there's no need to discuss it now, but I know you're working on a formal procedure. But if you could address in that procedure how we're going to go about determining when to have drafts for the orders and the memos prior to that Friday deadline. Okay.
Thank you.
And then the last thing that I had was I was a bit taken aback. I was looking through the Legislative Council Services FIR for the community solar bill. I think it was SB 84. And we were making a point and critiquing the bill in light of the fact that we have an open rulemaking that goes all the way back to 2015 for community solar. And I know we're talking about, you know, just determining whether or not, you know, we should either close the stale rules that are still active. But I was a bit embarrassed to see us take a position and really defend a 2015 rulemaking that hasn't had a filing since 2017. So we don't need to talk about what to do with old rulemakings right now, but that was unfortunate to see it in the FIR and used in that way. I personally was a bit embarrassed, and I think we ought to revisit that particular rulemaking in light of the legislation that's moving through. I would say if community solar passes, is there a need to continue this rulemaking? So those are my only comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner communications?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
So we'll start with Commissioner Byrd.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess I'm going to push back a little bit. I'm not really a fan of having the hearing examiners put the recommended decision up, simply because they are very intense, detailed documents. In some cases, obviously over 100 pages, some cases only 15. But when the hearing examiner comes, we want a synopsis, not a detailed outline of why the decision was made the way it was. And having read the recommended decisions, you can generally follow along with the hearing examiner on the details, and they've written up a short essay, if you will, that explains and clarifies certain decisions and makes it more readily available for discussion. They put out the points they think that are important, and we can ask about other things. Having it on the screen doesn't do any good, because it's looking at a piece of documentation that we're not talking about. It's looking at a page we're not talking about. And so that can just bring confusion in. If there are interveners or people who want to know why and how and when, they're able to get that information, and all the interveners know how to get it. They're able to get it and read it, and a lot of them have read it long before I get it. And so I don't see the value there. I'd rather see the presenter or just the tile screen. I am one who likes to read faces and expressions, and I would rather see the people so that it seems more like a in-person hearing than a page on a document that doesn't pertain to what we're talking about at the moment.
Thanks for that perspective. And I don't want to debate it today, but I think it's a valid perspective to bring up. And let's think about it for the upcoming meeting. Feel free to call each other on this one and just discuss exactly what you're after. I probably can live either way, quite frankly. So, Commissioner Byrd and Commissioner Maestas, you might want to kick it around a little bit and come back with the recommendations for the commission.
I'm open for arm wrestling. Let's go.
Yeah. And you'll notice.
Let's do it virtually. Dude, you got me by 50 pounds.
There you go.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm pretty sure it's more than 50.
I was going to say, Joe, you're being so generous. Okay. No, thank you. I look forward to hearing back the thoughts that come back from that. Any other commissioner comments? I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you had something?
Yes, Mr. Chair. After listening to the presenters this morning about high gas prices that are going to be coming down to the customers, I would like to ask my colleagues if they would like to set a special meeting specifically for an investigation for the huge market prices, just to get them everything on the table regarding why customers are receiving higher gas prices. And there seems to be a majority of the presenters this morning that expressed, the cost has been very high. So my thought is if the commissioners can hold a special meeting specifically on this topic and ask for an investigation, I believe we can have answers for customers. I don't know. I'm just throwing this out, and I'll let you think about it.
I'll just give a quick reaction, which is, I'm not sure we need a special meeting for it, but I think it's certainly worthwhile putting on the agenda for our next meeting, whether we should consider doing an investigation. And I don't know if that would satisfy your needs, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, but that's my initial reaction to it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I think, raises a very important issue. And I want to appear informed, engaged, and proactive. But I think we've already been notified by the Attorney General that he has launched an inquiry with a number of questions, not just on behalf of customers, but on behalf of businesses. And so I think it seems based on their line of questioning in this inquiry that there will be some early answers that could provide more details in terms of the role of the Attorney General and the scope of an investigation. I think the Attorney General's office is best equipped, but it would be great if we could somehow align ourselves and play a role in that investigation. And so what I would suggest is perhaps inviting the Attorney General's office, perhaps maybe give them a couple of weeks, because I think that they wanted this initial information by Friday, by close of business on Friday from all the utilities. Perhaps if we give them 2 weeks to compile that information and maybe make an early determination in terms of how they plan to move forward, and then we can determine how we can move forward. So that's just a suggestion, but I completely agree with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. We need to keep this on the front burner.
Any other comments on this?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Well, I agree. It's definitely in our wheelhouse. But since the Attorney General has taken the initiative and, as Joe says, can come up with possibly early information that would at least help us decide whether and to what extent to do an investigation, I think that's a more prudent way to go. I mean, I love the idea of doing an investigation. I'm also acutely aware that our staff is all really busy. So to the extent we can maybe partner in some way with the Attorney General, if that seems appropriate at whatever time we arrive at that conclusion, that would be maybe a more efficient way to go in terms of our workload and personnel limitations right now.
Okay. Anyone disagree with this approach?
Mr. Chair, just a comment.
Sure.
I agree with Commissioner Maestas on that. I just add that those who are responsible for the sale of natural gas on the wholesale market are outside of our jurisdiction. We don't regulate them. But any way that we can help facilitate the collection of information and answers for the AG or any other office that has the authority to do these investigations, I'm certainly on board with do what we can to help out.
Yeah.
Okay, sounding good. Commissioner Aguilar?
Yes, I think the important part of our participation is to call back the utility companies, and if they can, today was a verbal presentation by their organization, but going forward, if we set an investigation, there comes the formal papers from the utility companies. We need to have that on hand when another agency is requesting that information. So I want to move rather quickly rather than 2 weeks. I would like to rely on our administrative services director to look at the budget. If our utility staff cannot take up the investigation, well, let's look outside to find a firm that's going to investigate that and give us an analysis. And that is the white papers that we can rely on when we make presentations on the out of circle agency. So that's my take on it. And I would like to set up a special meeting specifically for that next week, including the utility companies.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall?
I think we could probably handle it in the context of a regular open meeting.
Well, that would be my suggestion, is that we put it on the agenda for next week. And if it's something we need to vote on, we got to get it on an official agenda anyway. And we can finish the discussion then.
District Chairman?
Yes.
If that's the course we take, perhaps if we can get staff to examine the Attorney General's letter and identify any additional questions that we feel they should ask utilities, I think that would go a long way in putting our own imprint on the initial stages of what seems to be the beginning of an investigation by the Attorney General.
Yep, and we don't want to duplicate efforts. We want to support each other. We want synergy. Okay, so we'll have that as an item in next week's agenda, a bit of a compromise for everybody, but at least then we can officially make a decision and go from there. So thanks, everybody. Okay, we can get to any other commissioner comments? I'm silent.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Only this that I know it's almost 4 o'clock and I have a fire appointment that's going to keep me from going past 5. So I hope we can get this done in an hour.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
So Jason, you've got the list of the legislation that we were running down, and why don't we just put it in your court and get started?
Will do. Thank you, Commissioner and Chairman and Commissioners. I did text out the bills that I had flagged for discussion this week, primarily just with headers. Number one, what I'd like to do is just go through and advise the commission of those bills that were debated somewhat last week that have received a committee substitute. We are anticipating a committee substitute or have been amended. If that's okay, I'll start there. So House Bill 10 is the Broadband Development Division. That bill is being highlighted because it has been amended, and per my notes, last week there was a pretty good discussion about it. And so I'm not sure if you wanted us to expand on that. If any commissioners have any questions, I just wanted to at least highlight it and advise that House Bill 10 Broadband Development Division has been amended. I'm sorry, there's been a committee substitute, sorry, on House Bill 10. Not sure if you need a little 2-minute brief from staff that would possibly have the commission reconsider their position. No position was taken on House Bill 10, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So we could move forward if that's okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
There are several broadband bills, but Jason, I thought it was this one that removes our discretionary authority to approve broadband project applications. Is this the one?
I'm going to call on Mike Ripperger, if you could please respond to that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, yes, this is the bill There are two bills to create a broadband development division. And this is the one, House Bill 10, that where they also make revisions to the State Universal Service Fund. One of the, well, they make several changes. One has to do with the percentage of money for access reduction and needs support. They changed in the substitute bill, went from 90% to 80%. They also changed the minimum amount of money that would go to the broadband program from 10 million to 8 million. I don't know why they did that, but the part of, and you know, the commission seems to want to fund broadband programs as much as possible or projects. So.
What did you say, Mike? I'm sorry, can you speak up a little closer?
Yeah, I apologize. The commission has shown its willingness to fund as many broadband projects as possible. So I don't know if raising the minimum is going to make a difference. But the part that seems to, the part of the bill that seems to implicate the commission's authority to approve projects has to do with section 63(9H) 6.02. It has to do with when the commission reviews projects. The original bill said that, the commission is to consider funding for applications on a technologically neutral basis. That's consistent. But they had an old 2 that said, consult with the division to ensure that awards of support from the fund are in accord with the broadband development plan established pursuant to the Connect New Mexico Act to the extent otherwise allowed by the Rural Telecom Act of New Mexico. That was the original bill, so it was a consultation process. And I thought at that time that I don't know if the commission would think that that was a little, imposing on their decision-making process. However, the substitute bill put in different language for section 02. And this one is more restrictive. It says submit applications for funding to the division for prioritization and alignment with the broadband development plan to ensure digital equity and digital inclusion. So it appears as if the applications that are submitted to the commission will be submitted for the division, and they will prioritize those and align them with the broadband development plan. And I don't know if that means that once they go over there, they say, here's our priority 1 through 10, and then that's your choice. Instead of the commission weighing all the projects according to the criteria that the commission has been developing, for instance, over the last year, and seems flexible on, like, for instance, taking into account the COVID crisis. So I had written out in a memo, maybe some substitute language for 02 that looked more like the original language. For instance, consult with the broadband development division to ensure that the funding of applications are consistent with the objectives of the state broadband development plan. So the commission, I think, under that language would still choose, but they would talk to the broadband development division that's going to be created and say, hey, is this consistent? I don't know if, what kind of power they have to say yes or no, or instead, there's another option. Instead of consult with the broadband development division, say, ensure that the funding of applications are consistent with the objectives of the state broadband development plan, or just strike the language. So I laid those out there for the commission, but the new language that's in the substitute House Bill 10 seems as if the broadband development division will be prioritizing your projects for you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah,
Commissioner
Senator Padilla giveth and Senator Padilla taketh away. But here's my take. Look, having to do that at the back end after the application's been made doesn't make sense. The language in the bill should put those requirements on the applicant instead of, going through the entire project selection process and then getting the blessing of this new broadband division. Make those requirements applicable to the project applicants as a condition to submitting an application, not go through all of that and then have some separate process by the new broadband division. That's my take. I see it as kind of an infringement on our authority. And yes, I want to continue helping expand broadband, no matter how small our budget. But I just don't think that it just doesn't make sense to me. And I would prefer that we maintain our discretionary authority, to award these project applications.
Other comments real quickly on this? So right now
Mr.
we're
Chair?
neutral on it, or we haven't taken a position. Is anyone changing their position on this legislation?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I suppose I'm maintaining neutrality here. I wholeheartedly think that it's a good idea for there to be a centralized agency or location or something, some governmental locus where decisions about deployment of broadband are coordinated. And we're not that spot. We only have $30 million. So it can't be us. And this amendment sounds like they made wants to take from us the decision about where these projects ought to be or something. I'm not sure exactly what they want, but it's for the purpose of coordinating with the other projects that they have some control over that we don't. So logically, it makes sense. On the other hand, we have this statute that gives us this budget and, gives us this job. So, there's no fix in this legislative session for it. And I think it's, it's the legislature needs to figure that out. If they want us to do something, fine, we should be doing it. But if they want it to be centralized, they need to make that real in law. And right now, we have a $30 million budget that we're supposed to do something with. And a lot of it is consumed by the, what are they called? The recurring payments for last mile users. I forget what it's called. Something support payments. But but we still have, some money, and it varies by the year, varying between like $8 or maybe $13 million to do something with. So I think we should just do what we're doing until something happens. And I think it's a problem that I'd like to see fixed. And even if that would end up being at the expense of us running this program, it would be for the better good. But I think that's all perfectly obvious to the legislature, and they can figure it out. I don't know that we need to spend any energy on it.
I'm going to, personally, I'd stay neutral on this bill, but I do think they have some confusion about how the process works on our end. And anytime we can spend talking with the sponsors and helping clarify that for them, perhaps we can get some clarification in the legislation that.
Good thought.
So, I encourage folks to go talk with, is this Senator Padilla's bill? I found him open to talking with me on this stuff. So certainly I'll give him a ring.
Well,
great.
Well, importantly, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is not Senator Padilla's bill.
Okay.
This is House Bill 10, and this is 5 different sponsors of a bill. And I'm not really familiar with them. And So, yeah, no, Senator Padilla's bill is Senate Bill 93, and his
Okay.
creates a broadband office without any changes to the state universal service fund. However, he is carrying two bills to change the state universal service fund, one to get Sacred Wind access reduction support, and the other one, which if we have time, we'll talk about, which is to get in their broadband loops and stuff.
Now, Senator Padilla has told me that he is coordinating with the sponsors of HB 10. Now I remember. And they're trying to work on this together. And it's probably, what is it, Representative Rubio and Angelica Rubio and a number of others who are on there.
It's Natalie
Willie
Figueroa.
Madrid, Melanie Stansberry.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Are we
Oh,
talking about?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners,
I don't
House
think so.
Bill 10 is sponsored by Representatives Natalie Figueroa, Joy Garrett, Susan Herrera, Candy Switzer, and Christine Chander.
Oh, okay, a whole different group. Okay. So just commissioners, feel free to contact them or contact Michael, because I believe he's working with them to harmonize these two bills. So it can only help.
And Mr. Chairman, commissioners, I'm not in touch with the sponsors, but I think the Department of Information Technology has an idea of what maybe they're trying to get at by writing this language, and maybe a conversation with them. I'm not quite sure what they have in mind, but I can get a better idea, possibly in a conversation.
Please do, and please let us know.
I will. There might be some common sense middle ground on that.
Okay, Jason, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Next up, I'm going to move on down to House Bill 137. And as you can probably imagine, that bill is all over the place. There's been at least two committee substitutes. We're hearing a third one is being drafted. I've been working directly with staff, trying to keep them up to speed on everything that's evolving around House Bill 137. The commission did vote unanimously to oppose this bill. The most recent committee substitute draft, based on my discussion with Raj from Utilities, is nothing really has changed in our favor or to address the issues and concerns that we've already had. So that's the only reason I wanted to bring that one to your attention.
Okay,
we just
Jason,
want
next.
assurance that we could proceed with the opposition, because that is likely going to be scheduled for a Friday hearing.
Proceed.
Thank you.
Continue. Yep.
House Bill 206 is somewhat similar in that it's all over the place. Another bill that has received a couple of an amendment and a committee substitute at the very least. The more recent one has been shared with staff. I think John Reynolds is comparing that to where we originally started to where we were in the middle and now where we're headed. And so that one, I don't know if you want to speak any more on it, but just be aware, commissioners, that House Bill 206 has another committee substitute that's been brought to our attention, and we're working on the FIR. That may or may not change commissioners' positions, but I at least wanted to make sure you guys are aware of all the changes made.
I believe I was the only one who was neutral and everyone else opposed last time. And there's one thing I like about the bill is that it creates the authority for us to do low income rates, which we haven't had in the past. And it felt very unfair because we have lots of ability to do special rates for large entities. So that was the one element of the bill that I really, really liked. But as I look at it as a whole, I'm now willing to say I oppose, because it is kind of all over the place and very resource intensive. And so if the other four commissioners are opposed, I'm willing to join in with and oppose on this bill.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, all I wanted was a state version of the Federal CARES Act to be administered very similarly, through HHS to utilities, but something very similar where you don't have to reinvent the wheel in terms of eligibility criteria, And there's a big COVID relief bill, I mean, they can just add one sentence and carve out some of that for utility arrearages. And anyway, that's really what I thought was needed in this year's COVID relief, and this was kind of a kitchen sink kind of approach. So the whole keep it simple, stupid just didn't really work here. So
Right.
that's all I had.
So do we have 5 commissioners opposed now?
I'm still opposed.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so Commissioner Vicente Aguilar? Whoops, not hearing you.
Let me see if you get bumped off.
Okay, when she comes back, we'll just quick check on that. And if she's opposed, then we'll go out as officially opposed. So go on to the next, Jason.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next one that was highlighted for discussion from last week was Senate Bill 24. Not sure that it got vetted like all of the other bills, so I'll pause there and just ask if staff could briefly introduce the bill, summarize the FIR that has already been distributed amongst the agency. And then I guess we will either respond to questions from the commission or leave it at that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm not sure, Russell had a lot of input on this because of the issues around it, but I can give a brief summary of it. The commission went through the effective competition docket with CenturyLink under the current conditions of its the statutes. They did not meet the burden for relaxed regulation. This bill rewrites it so that if they come back in, the criteria for meeting a petition for effective competition will probably very likely be met because of there's a numerator denominator issue, but the denominator will be without dispute. And then we would move to more relaxed regulation for potentially consumer protection and quality of service or whatever. And basically, normally for a determination of effective competition for CenturyLink, you under the statute, it says modify, reduce, or eliminate regulation. Well, they took out modify. So there'll be a reduction or elimination of regulation. I'm not sure what that would look like. It also changes some of the criteria for the filing of contracts, which they currently do now. It sort of relaxes that and only requires they file it upon request and takes out some of the cost basis for that. It really applies to a lot of carriers. They're the only one who files them at this point. So I think that's it in a nutshell. It just depends whether or not the commission likes those ideas or not, I guess.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to ask Mike a question. Did you say it really does apply to a lot of carriers now, or it does not? What did you say?
No, it's just not the effective competition determination, simply the filing of individual contracts. It's another provision of the statute that if you want to offer services that vary from the rates, terms, and conditions of your tariffs, you can enter into individual contracts, and it applies to all local exchange carriers. So they can get into agreements outside of their tariff rates. It's been in effect for a very long time.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Jason, I can't recall where we were on this.
This bill hasn't been, I guess, a position on behalf of the commission has not been taken on this bill. If you want to remain neutral or oppose or in support, that discussion has not taken place for Senate Bill 24.
Yeah. my thought is that I oppose for a couple reasons. One is that instead of looking at smaller regions and looking at are there quality of service issues by smaller regions, it just takes a look at everything together in the state, if I'm interpreting it correctly, and kind of buries the nuances of where there might be specific problems. So it creates a big average that hides problems that probably we should be aware of, and that we should push to maintain quality of service. So I'm not real happy with this bill, so I would oppose it personally.
I agree with that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
So I'm just going to be on the other side of you just for the fun of it. I'm in favor of this bill. I've spoke with Senator Padilla. We spoke last year and then spoke again since then. His intent with this bill was to try and clarify some of the language in the bill that he carried prior that led to the decision that we came to, I think June of well, it was before then. But anyway, dealing with specifically at that time CenturyLink, and he thinks this will help clarify that language, and so I support him in that. So I support the bill.
Okay, well, clearly we're not going to get a unanimous vote, so let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item I have on my list is Senate Bill 156. And the reason I'm bringing this to your attention is I believe the committee meeting was held the day after last week's open meeting, and an amendment was discussed and I believe adopted, and Roger can correct me if I'm wrong. But I know, I believe there was like a 4-0 vote last week, and I don't know if the amendment changes anybody's mind or if it convinces the one other vote to go one direction or the other, but did you want to hear that in detail? Or
Well, let's see if we can get a brief summary anyway.
Raj, could you please give the brief summary on the Senate Bill 156, the amendment that I believe Senator Sol's bill, I think that's his bill, right, last week?
Yes, Jason. Chairman Fishman, commissioners, can you hear me? Commissioner
Yes.
Hall, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, keep it loud.
Okay. All right, loud enough? Okay.
That's good.
So, yeah, that's okay. So, like I said, the Senator Souls removed any reference to coal in this bill and amended the definition of qualifying generating facility to non-coal generating plants. So that includes natural gas and nuclear and everything else besides coal. And then he deleted all references to repealing the ETA. So with that, this bill is palatable to all the enviro groups, but out of the committee, there were some issues with not being. There were some concerns expressed by Senator Cervantes on the legal issues in the bill and the way it was drafted. And he felt that it was not properly drafted in the way it would conflict. Some of the language would conflict with the federal bankruptcy laws and things of that nature. And there were some references to property being created, and he was concerned about the language in there. So there were some concerns that he raised, and he felt that this bill should appropriately go to Senate Judiciary before it goes, but that was not an option. But as far as we are concerned, it just provides the commission with a tool to securitize for the securitization financing of the closure of natural gas plants, which we currently don't have. So those are the positives of this bill. But the concern, of course, we've raised is that it's going to lead to a flood of closures of natural gas plants and their securitization financing, then that increases a lot of workload for staff.
Wait,
because
say
we
that
have-
again, Raj. I'm starting to lose you as you speed up. So just that last sentence where you were starting to talk about to what, the plants, the gas plants that securitization applies to, then what were you saying?
I was saying we could see a wave of applications for closure or abandonment of natural gas plants and their securitization financing. And as I pointed out earlier, each such application is really two cases combined into one. One is the abandonment and replacement resource analysis, and the other one is the analysis of the securitization financing package. So it's twice the workload of a regular abandonment case. So that increases workload for staff, and for that, no appropriation has been made in the bill. So staff has pointed out that we do need additional FTEs to cover the cost of this. And I have reiterated that in my amended FIR. But the point is, even though it provides a tool for securitization financing, it's a good bill in that respect, despite its shortcomings in the way it addresses the securitization financing legally from a legal standpoint. And Senator Cervantes pointed out that this needed to be reworked because of the legal issues that it had, especially the way it defined energy, the creation of property for the securitization financing, and that it conflicted with some of the language would conflict with the federal bankruptcy laws. So those were some of the issues that were pointed out in committee.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I think to the extent it makes the practice of securitization available to the closure of gas plants when that time comes, I think that's a good thing. And I understand the property that's being created is standard language and that was used in the San Juan bill, in the San Juan case, and will be used in the Four Corners case. And, I hear what Senator Cervantes is talking about, but I don't think it's significant because it's standard language. And all it is, it's not creating property, it's identifying which property is subject to securitization, that's all. But so I think it's probably this bill has probably been improved by that, but I don't know if we have unanimity on the commission, but I think to the extent we end up approving closures for gas plants, I would far prefer to see them securitized rather than treated through the traditional methodology of rate-based methodology, because it's more expensive. But of course, you'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
I'll make a quick comment. I was not terrifically, I was kind of on the fence on this bill, but with the changes, I do support, and I recognize that it creates work for the PRC, but boy, the magnitude of potential benefits to consumers is huge. And so I think it's worth it to support, and then hope on the back end we can get the staff in place. And I just want to echo one other thing, Commissioner Hall, is I don't think commission should take the position that we're going to securitize everything, because I think there are risks when you, particularly over a 30-year bond time period, about what happens to who gets stuck with paying off those bonds if there are significant changes in the utility industry. So we have to, use it judiciously. But I think it's a great tool to have in the toolbox. And so personally, I support.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I had a concern regarding the definition of a qualifying generating facility. I thought that this latest iteration does not make it consistent across the board with all the other applicable laws. Is that an issue, Raj, or because that's kind of important? Can you clarify, Raj, on that?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, the qualifying generating facility for the purposes of securitization, that definition is in the ETA, and it's in this bill. So in this bill, it just removes the ETA's definition is coal-fired plant. And the definition in, this is in subsection L of section 2. And that just says a non-coal electric generating facility. So it will not conflict with the ETA as far as I know. In fact, the amendment was made to ensure that it doesn't conflict with the ETA. One of the other things that I just wanted to quickly point out is that this bill does not mandate that the commission securitize. It doesn't even require you to consider that. And if you securitize, it does not require you to securitize 100% of the stranded assets. You could use your discretion and say that you didn't consider, say, a certain portion of that stranded asset prudent, and you could only, using your discretion, say, we will only allow you to securitize X% of the stranded assets. So it leaves you discretion on both fronts. One, A, whether you want to securitize and how much you want to securitize. So that's the flexibility and the fact that it preserves the commission's discretionary authority. And those are some of the really good points of the bill.
But just to finish my thought here, Mr. Chair, so I thought the ETA indirectly is a catch-all for also gas plants because natural gas is not a renewable energy. And so is this explicit change in definition of a qualifying generating facility necessary?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, that's a very good question. And that's been the subject of great confusion for a lot of people. So let me just clarify that what the ETA does is it allows abandonment and securitization of coal-fired generating plants. Then using the RPS mechanism over a period of time, it very slowly but surely forces utilities to close down natural gas plants until they reach the zero carbon standard. So it uses the approach of the emissions limitation and the zero carbon standard to close natural gas plants using the like a progress milestones approach, a phased approach to get the others to close. But the ETA doesn't give any tool for securitization of stranded assets of natural gas power plants, unfortunately, even though it eventually closes them down. Does that answer your question?
It does. That little light bulb in my head just went on. So thank you.
Yep, the ETA only applies to coal plants. And it's just hard because HB 489 was more than just the ETA. So anyway.
Well, I could support this. I was going to be neutral, but I could support it.
Yeah. Commissioner Byrd and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, what are your thoughts?
Well, last week for Senate Bill 156, the vote was 4-0. As you, the chairperson, being neutral, but today you would like to join us, so it's 5-0. If no one changes their mind.
I'm the guy who gums it all up, but at least I'm coming back and coming to my senses. Commissioner Byrd, you're still on board?
I believe he has an appointment at 5, so he may have just dialed off the conference today, for today.
Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, when you say on board, for staff's clarification, is that on board to oppose or on board to support? Because last week, I believe it was a little different because this is an unfunded mandate, right?
yep.
Yeah.
But it's huge, huge benefits for ratepayers.
Okay.
So it's hard to say no to, at least for me.
Yeah.
So we've got a 4-0 right now, and you might want to get back in touch with Commissioner Byrd on this, Jason.
Okay.
And we should go back to the item that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar wasn't here for, which was I can't remember which bill it was now.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's House Bill 206.
Okay.
Utility Affordability and Relief Act. I'll highlight it here on the screen.
Yeah, so we had 4 opposed votes, and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you were, we couldn't get a hold of you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yes, I will join everyone on this bill as well. I will oppose.
Okay, Jason. So go ahead and on your list, Jason.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Now we're going to move on into the new bills that were not discussed last week. And so I'm going to give the floor over to Mr. Ripperger from the Utilities Division to start with Senate Bill 360. That's the utility easements for broadband. Just a brief introduction of the bill itself. This FIR has been distributed. Mike?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, John Reynolds kind of wrote the FIR, but I did go through it. What it would allow, and I'm not familiar with the Public Utility Act after not having read it for a long time, but what it allows, evidently allows or writes into the Public Utility Act is the ability for utilities to take advantage of easements and potentially get cost recovery for the deployment of broadband across easements from ratepayers. And it sounds kind of weird. It's not something the commission normally, I believe, allows in rate cases. There are a couple electric cooperatives that have divisions that do broadband. I don't know if those count as the utility. And so I think that's been pointed out in the FIR by John. And I think he did a very good job of writing that up. It's normally, if you are a broadband provider, you will, like all other broadband providers, seek access to rights of way in whatever competitive fashion you may do so, competing with all the other broadband providers. So
somebody needs to hit mute. There's a lot of background noise there. Okay.
Okay, so I think that's it in a nutshell. I don't think I did a good job of going into the details, but I think that's the crux of it. It's a little unusual.
So thoughts from commissioners? I'll jump in with the first comment then, which is that I love the idea of making existing utility easements, particularly electric companies, available for broadband because those utilities go everywhere. And I think it really is a step forward for broadband availability and high quality broadband. My one big problem with it is the idea that it becomes subject to, for an electric utility, for example, to get recovery on a broadband investment. And it seems to me it would make a lot more sense to just say, you can do this, but this is not something that's part of your electric company. You have to somehow divide this as a separate subsidiary or separate division of your work, and you take the risks and you take the profits, but you can't put the risks on existing electric ratepayers. So that's kind of my general take on the bill.
And Chairman and Commissioners, I think that was the primary problem that I think that John pointed out in his FIR.
Yeah. So, you know, I'd really like to see it succeed if we could make that amendment to just say, hey, you can do this, but it has to be a standalone business, if you will, rather than part of the asset and cost recovery equation.
So Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so you're talking about removing the part of the bill that has to do with cost recovery?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that as a take back to the utility division.
Now, as far as support or non-support from commissioners, you know, where do you stand? Sounds like
I don't see a compelling public need. There's something I'm not understanding. I just and I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I think I prefer just the competitive environment versus, you know, cost recovery, you know, easement acquisition by cost recovery. It's just not compelling to me.
Yep. So sounds like we don't have a position on this, which is fine.
I support it.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll support it. I think it is a good idea. I think the need is just simply for another avenue for, you know, reaching places that otherwise might not be very easily reached with broadband service. Let's see, I don't know when it was, maybe it was last year we first heard about the state of Alabama reaching out to all their electric co-ops to run lines and using COVID funds to help with expanding broadband service to kids who had to stay home or people who needed to have telemedicine and that sort of thing. So I think there's definitely a good purpose there and a good, you know, a need, but I agree. It's a broadband. It's in the nature of broadband costs, and so therefore that should be borne by broadband customers and not electric customers, unless they're one and the same. If they're one and the same, then it fits.
Very confusing in terms of the various laws that are in place. It's a mess, and I really don't think ratepayers should be taking business risk for utilities. I think the other piece here, Mike, is that one of the good things is if the utility decides to own this infrastructure, it doesn't create the need for complicated partnerships with broadband providers. They can just write a contract to use the infrastructure or not, and it's as simple as that. And so it really gives a lot of opportunities to more cost effectively provide high quality broadband. So that's the part I like about it.
Well, I guess that's happening in New Mexico anyhow with a couple of co-ops. Kit Carson's doing it. They've been doing it for several years, and Continental Divide wants to start doing it now, or they might have already started, I think. So.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Kit Carson kind of has a firewall between its broadband business and its power business.
Well, I don't know, but that would make sense.
I don't know. Does anyone on board here know? Is Russell on? Guess not.
Oh yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Russell. Yes, Kit Carson was required under the Public Utility Act to file a diversification plan. And I don't remember exactly what the criteria are under the statute. There's a particular section of the Public Utility Act that requires that. And to engage in a non-utility business. When they decided to create their broadband subsidiary, they had to file a diversification plan with the commission, and the concern that motivates that part of the statute is that any regulated utility business such as electric utilities not be endangered by a subsidiary or affiliate or related company that's not regulated, that might be subsidized with regulated funds, or somehow financially injure the utility.
Thanks, Russell. So it sounds like we're not ready to endorse. We just kind of understand the issues, and that's great. And let's see if the bill improves as it goes through the process. So let's move on, Jason.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mike, you're still up. Let's move on into Senate Bill 361. Those were obviously introduced back to back.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is another one of the broadband bills carried by Senator Padilla. This one has to do with a modification of the State Universal Service Fund. I think some of these concepts will be familiar with you. They cropped up in the Commission's rulemaking in case 19-286-UT. This proposes to allow for the recovery of costs for not just the basic local loops for ETCs or rural carriers that get access reduction support. It will also allow them to recover on a same per line basis money for broadband only loops. So it would be a combination of those two. It also provides for recovery for petitions based on need through a finding of the commission. The commission, instead of may fund, it says they shall fund for, and it restricts the funding based on need to rural incumbent local exchange carriers from a broader scope of those who may be eligible. I did point out in my FIR that I pointed out two things. One, we don't know how much additional pressure this will put on the fund. It'll increase the amount of access reduction payments. And also, it'll restrict support based on need to a certain type of carrier, which may violate, and this is a legal issue, the technological neutrality provision of the statute. And so if you have an increase in access reduction support and an increase on support based on need, and you have a bill where Sacred Wind is eligible for $1 to $2 million worth of support, and you have House Bill 10 that increases the minimum amount of money available for the broadband program to $8 million a year, but you keep the cap at $30 million, you can see that all these divergent bills are running into an increase in the fund, which may jeopardize the ability of the commission to maintain funding under the cap. But anyway, so these are proposals that are somewhat similar to what the commission considered and rejected in case 19-286-UT. And so it just depends how the commission feels about legislation which would allow this to happen.
Commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I don't support this bill.
Okay. Others?
Mike, financial stability is really loaded. Do we have any kind of methodology to determine financial stability?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, there's two purposes or two reasons you can get money One is the financial stability, and the other one is for the build out of projects. Projects is a lot easier. The last time that Sacred Wind was funded was based upon the build out of projects in a new area. However, the financial stability part is yet to be, I mean, that's going to be a little, yeah, it's a little looser. What do you mean by financial stability? What do we need in order to prove that? Is it a certain rate of return? Is it, you know, if a company is, you know, run well, but they've run into issues, great. If the company is not run well and they run into issues, is it the commission's responsibility, or can they tell whether or not that should be funded or not? It brings up a lot more issues, and it's a little bit more difficult maybe to figure that out. It's something that would probably go before a hearing examiner, and there'd be a bit of testimony, I would think. But the difference is the commission previously it was a May. So if you're running up against a cap and someone asks for money, you could say, well, I'm sorry, we're going to hit the cap. But if there's a finding that they shall be funded, and if they make a good case, what do you do when there's no room under the cap? So yeah, it's going to be a bit tougher to figure that out, and it's open to interpretation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in my opinion, this just seems like a very targeted bill. But even more importantly, you know, why would we want to inject even more risk when it comes to the public interest? And that's what I see in this. This is a classic case of an accentuated difference between may and shall. And so I'm with Commissioner Hall on this.
Other commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I oppose this bill. I think according to the Constitution, the commission has the ability to analyze an application when there's funds that's being petitioned. And we have the technical staff in the Telecom Bureau. And we have the ability to process, and the procedures are in place to qualify to get this additional funds. And Sacred Wind, they have come and gone over the last, I would say, 14 to 15 years. And Sacred Wind serves in a territory that I represent. It's unfortunate that my constituents do not make formal complaints, but I hear it all the time when I travel in District 4, and how unreliable they are, unstable, a lot of risky decisions. So there's a number of reasons why I oppose the bill, but I'll just stop right there.
Point of clarification, Michael, does 361 cover Sacred Wind or not? I thought that was a separate bill.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, if Sacred Wind is included, if Sacred Wind's other bill, Senate Bill, I think 204, goes through, they will be included in with all of the other carriers, and then they will receive support like they do.
Gotcha.
Access reduction support.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think Mike Ripperger was just mentioning those two bills together because they are both bills that would increase the demand on the fund.
Yeah, and actually, I agree with the other three commissioners. I've gone back and forth on this one. You know, there's some arguments that by doing this, you can switch voice line folks over to broadband, and the companies can still get their reimbursement, if you will. But it occurs to me it's just a way of extending this access line thing far beyond its shelf life. And as Commissioner Maestas points out, need or in trouble, how you determine that is very squishy. And when you limit it to the use of the fund for infrastructure investments or extending service, at least you know what you're getting. And so anyway, for all those reasons, I agree with the other commissioners and oppose. So Jason, we've got unanimity there, but a follow up with Commissioner Byrd.
Noted. Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Got it. And last is Senate Bill 409, near and dear to my heart. The proposal to transfer the Pipeline Safety Bureau from the PRC to the Oil Conservation Division, which is a part of MNRD. I have sent out a draft FIR. I have received comments back from legal that really helped me clean it up to try not be so personal. So I appreciate that. It was very difficult to draft because obviously, as I mentioned in my email, I believe, in my opinion, the Pipeline Safety Bureau is better serves the public being housed at the PRC and how much it works in line with the Utilities Division and other public utilities. I think it goes beyond just oil and gas pipelines, obviously. There's a lot of underground infrastructure that we are responsible for protecting, which I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think the sponsors and or Oil Conservation Division understand what that comes with. So it's a pretty straightforward title. I think the proposal's fairly straightforward, but there's a lot of complications in there. I have even noted that this appears to even be unconstitutional to have two agencies regulate public utilities. And I went back and looked at the Senate Joint Resolution that created the constitutional amendment and the way they defined it. And it does say that the commission shall regulate public utilities and may regulate public service companies. Personally, I don't think utilities is a public service, but you know where I stand, I guess, with that little introduction. Any questions? I think if, with all due respect to the commission, I think if we follow through with the letter that we sent at the beginning of the session, it does propose that the PRC remain intact. And we didn't actually elaborate on that specifically to each division, but if we want to keep the Pipeline Safety Bureau at the PRC, then we have to oppose this piece of legislation. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner, thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I don't support the bill. I mean, I don't oppose the bill. I mean, this idea about keeping the PRC intact is very sweet, but the PRC I mean, I don't know, agencies' missions change over time. And I just don't think we can be sentimental about it. And I think, personally, I think it probably would be a better location at MNRD, but I don't feel strongly about it. I just think that the only reason it's in this agency is because this agency was a result of combining a utility agency with the State Corporation Commission, and then they threw in some other things. And I think maybe pipeline safety was attached to insurance. I'm not sure, but that's moved on. And I think, it's all right if the legislature is trying to organize things in a way that might make more sense. I don't think it's a mission critical part of the PRC, and I don't think there's a constitutional issue. And I'm sorry, Jason, to be saying all this stuff because I know you care so much about it, and I value the kind of care you bring to your job. But that's just my thoughts on it. I'm just sort of dispassionate about it, and I think it would be better located at MNRD. And I used to work there, and so I kind of know a little bit about their conservation division, and I think that would be a good fit. But I'm not really advocating for that. There may be other places where it might be equally well suited, given the sometimes catastrophic nature of gas pipeline explosions, which is the main reason for the purpose of the agency, is to make sure those lines are safe according to federal standards. So, you know, maybe Homeland Security is a better place for it. I'm not sure, but I know they have inspectors at OCD, and so that's a good thing. But I don't think it just really has to be at the PRC, and I think the PRC would be best suited ultimately to be pared down to mostly just utility functioning. So that's my opinion.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Commissioner Hall, nothing personal. I mean, that's everybody's entitled to voice their opinions. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to express that I have read this bill several times. For the life of me, I can't figure out why. I just don't see what is the benefit and purpose of this piece of legislation. That's what I guess I struggled with that when it was originally drafted. Is what is the benefit to MNRD, or what is the benefit to PRC, or not benefit? So that's I struggled with that, obviously, and we don't know what to expect if this bill is enacted upon and this program be transferred to MNRD. It has a very good track record at the PRC as well. So,
other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, you know, look, I'm not surprised at this move. Once the constitutional amendment passed that changed the commission from elected to appointed, both of these legislators very publicly said, we're not done yet. We're going to strip all non-utility regulation functions away from the PRC. So I'm not surprised at that. What I'm surprised at is the dropping of this bill near the midpoint of this session. And why is it only pipeline and not all of transportation, for example? So I'm really not sure. It raises certainly my eyebrows. And, you know, we kind of heard the inflammatory reporting about, you know, Exxon's $10,000 contribution into the campaign for the passage of that constitutional amendment. Is there a correlation? Is there a motivation? I don't know, but certainly, you know, it doesn't really make sense in that it's so targeted to pipeline safety. The other point is we all read the 2017 NERI evaluation of the PRC, and those evaluators only highlighted the unusual presence of the state fire marshal in the PRC, and the legislators moved on it, and it's I guess in a better place, or will be in a better place on July 1, but it didn't call out transportation or certainly pipeline as being unusually present in the overall organizational structure of the PRC. So I guess my question, Jason, is how many other utility commissions have transportation that includes pipeline safety? Is that another anomaly that the evaluators in 2017 didn't mention, but they did mention the unusual presence of the state fire marshal?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Marestas, thank you for that question. First, let me respond. I asked myself the same thing: is who did I upset across the street, since it was targeted at pipeline safety only. But so there's a pipeline safety program in every state, and we created what's called the National Association of Pipeline Safety Representatives.
Is it in their utility commission though?
That's where I was going to go with it. I attend a regional and national meeting annually, and for the life of me, the only one that comes to mind that is not part of a commission is the CAL FIRE, which regulates the hazardous liquid portion of the Pipeline Safety Bureau. So right now, hazardous liquids and natural gas are combined under the Pipeline Safety Bureau umbrella, but in California, they're split between two agencies. There's two agencies in Arkansas. Other than that, it for the most part is encompassed within the commission. And I think the commissioners have even been exposed to that during the NARUC conferences and seminars where they focused on, there's an actual pipeline safety subcommittee within NARUC for that reason.
So my last question, and I might as well, I started on an inflammatory note, I should end on one. Does Exxon Oil have a history of citations by your bureau?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, ExxonMobil is not regulated by the Pipeline Safety Bureau. They don't have any intrastate facilities that are subject to our jurisdiction. There is a subsidiary called XTO who used to be an intrastate pipeline operator, but has since sold their assets to another operator well before the campaign occurred.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, but in light of that, I mean, I'm neutral, if not opposed to it. I just think the timing and the optics and I just think that they need to work with us. I mean, we know what their intent is. They have all the January 1, 2023, all the powers of the PRC will now reside, or the authority for, to grant our authority will rest with the legislature. And so I think we need to continue this dialogue with the legislative leadership on really how to go about it in a sensible manner.
I'm neutral on this bill. Why they pick pipeline safety to peel off before they do transportation doesn't make any sense to me, quite frankly. But on the other hand, the idea of trimming the agency down to the utility regulatory framework, which is a specific framework for water, for gas, for electricity, that does make sense to me. It's sort of a focusing of expertise. But on this particular bill, we know Jason's doing a great job. We know that it's a program that's been received awards. I suspect that if it moves and the same management stays in place, it'll continue to operate very effectively. So anyway, I'm neutral on it, and I have to acknowledge, Jason, how professional you've been when something like this is just affects you so directly and personally. You have been just terrifically professional in the way you've dealt with it. So kudos.
Mr. Chair, and not only that, I think the performance metrics have been stellar. I can see that if the LFC performance metrics have been in the tank, I can see that, we, potentially, made ourselves a target. But in this case, I think that those metrics are the bright spot. So that's another puzzling, I think, issue that I have.
Agreed. So with that, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, did you have something to say on this?
Yes, I oppose the bill.
Okay.
For all this, the reasons have been stated already.
Yep, and I get it completely.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to sign off. I'm sorry.
Well, we're just about to sign off as a whole. Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for hanging in.
Thank you.
And Mr. Montoya, Jason, I'm getting really tired. I can't remember names. But Jason, would love you to follow up with Commissioner Byrd on those 4-0 bills that we have. And please circle back and send a note to all of the commissioners about how Commissioner Byrd voted on them, so that we we know where we stand.
Will do.
And with that, let's call it a meeting, and I'm going to take a nap.
Adios,
Okay,
everybody.
thank you, Mr. Chair.